Welcome in, everyone. Hello, hello, and welcome in. I don't think I told Discord that we are live. I'll be doing that while people vamp, while people give their intros. Hi, everyone. Hello, and welcome to Foxhole Fridays. This is the Gamblers, our Traveler Pirates of Drinax campaign with the best cast, and we have all of our antagonists here, which I'm so excited about. Also, I don't know if you noticed, but we have new credits, and they may be little tweaks coming in over the moment, but I spent perhaps a little bit too much hyper focus on those.
So dope.
Very exciting.
So dope.
I was very excited about them. The
Mm-hmm.
players don't know this yet, but I also made tokens for them, little battle map tokens, which I'm sure we will not need. And don't worry about it.
Seems
And
specific.
what? But I am just so happy to be here, and I'm happy that you all are here to support us. This is our sci-fi space privateer, not pirate campaign. I just say that for Tarika because, Tarika gets really upset if you call them pirates. But
We aren't. There's a
Sure.
letter of marque.
That's right. That's right. It's legally very different.
Thank you. Very.
Privateers who are pirating. Yes.
What?
Yeah. But we're all
You can't
back.
say privateer sea. That doesn't make sense. It's piracy.
Okay, the problem is now I'm seeing people go, yeah, privateer sea, but that's actually an ocean. It's a body of water. It's the privateer sea where you go and you
Right. Exactly.
yeah,
Case
absolutely.
closed. You're welcome. Next question.
So thank you all for being here, and I want to say there are many ways you can support us. The first and most important way to support us is to be here and watch, whether you are live or on Memorex, YouTube, live VOD, YouTube, all of that. Thank you for being here. Being
You're watching
here
on
makes
beta.
Yeah. Oh, speaking of which, remind me that I actually do need to, or one of my mods, I bet, is in chat. Mods, would one of you just announce in the announcement section? Can you do that? I'm pretty sure you can.
And this is where you find out that they've never had that. They've never had
If you
that.
can't, just privateer it.
Trooper, I don't think they can see Fox. I don't think Fox is boxed.
Around the Fox box.
Oh no.
They can now.
Voice. I'm just a voice tonight.
Fox has been here the whole time.
I've been here the whole time.
This is us bringing in green room jokes for the audience. We love that.
Yeah.
This is what it's like backstage. It's the uncanny. We live in a David Lynch film, perhaps. So thank you for being here, and being here is the way to support us. You can also, if you like, hang out in our Discord and chat with us. We also, you can give us tips and bits, and if you do so and you leave a message, we will read that out over at the intermission and at the end, or just at the end, depending on how it goes. Also, you can become one of our Patreons. We have a Patreon, and all of the Patreon and tips and bits that happen during the show come to support the cast, to pay for them and to pay for art, because this season I'm getting all fancy and have commissioned art, which, you've seen a little bit of. Also, in the little, we've got the little art for them in there that you can see it at their little nameplates. That's very exciting to me. And, all of that other goodness. We also have special Patreons. There was a special sponsor tier, which is $200 tier, which is the cost of the cast, not including me, for 1 week. And if you are in that tier, then I'll make a special radio ad for you, which will play once during the month. And our current sponsor, it's limited to 4 slots, and our current sponsor is Willin TW, who is our note taker, who has taken really good notes, which I use to not die and to keep everything together and to sort of do some long-term stuff that I think you'll all be excited about. Oh, we also have a merch page, which is really cool because there's really great merch, and I've given out the t-shirt announcements to the cast and the crew, and to our winner. Also, I do have another thing going on, which I will tell you after everybody else announces themselves, because I wanted to say that we have these lovely YouTubers, people who are on YouTube, and they make lovely comments on the videos, and I appreciate that very, very much. And if I said that I would roll a die to find out that somebody who commented on the YouTube video last week
Right.
roll a die, and I would actually get them a T-shirt because I don't want them to feel,
Left out or forgotten.
abandoned.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not forgotten. You're just
Like I did
on
just
the.
now.
Well, I mean, yeah. I mean,
I didn't last
Port
week.
forgot you.
Not last week. It was Trooper last week.
It's true. Those are all the ways you can support us. But I think the most important way is to follow and support the wonderful cast who are the most amazing. And at this moment, if you don't mind, I'm going to take my notebook out.
Oh,
The
shit,
one I
this is-
use to take notes.
Shit.
Currently, it's our very cool stream notebook with the amazing art by Void Smoker. And I'm just going to take some notes because I'd like everybody to introduce themselves and I like to ask them a question, which I take notes on for no reason.
I
So,
also take notes too, Trooper.
I
can
feel
you?
safer knowing that these notes are for no reason.
yeah. No, they're no reason at all.
I wish I had it. Oh,
I have a quill somewhere.
See, this is what it's about. It's all about the exciting notes. So, if you could, everybody, I would love for you to introduce who you are and say which character you're playing. And then I would like you to answer this question. And the question I would like to have you answer is this one. As we, we're at a certain particular moment in time and space. You're in this new system, and you're sort of coming into a new planet. You've got stuff going on. I mean, everybody's dead except for the Harlock's character. It's weird. Don't worry about it. It was all what happened last week. It's fine. But
I knew I'd end up the captain.
I'm the captain now. But I suppose I would ask.
Ooh, the Harlock. It's me, the ghost of the captain. I'm never leaving the ship.
Man!
I feel like that would be so Severance.
Yes, 100%.
Although I
I'd
don't
like to
think
haunt my ship. Not your ship.
Severance might
Sure.
not show up as a ghost.
And this is fun, a thing to explain and explore.
Might show up as, you know what? Well, I'm just gonna have you answer your question, and rather than
Write it
tantalize
down.
you with mysteriousness, actually,
I'm gonna write
do
this down.
like tantalizing people with mysteriousness. Anyway, who you are playing, and please answer this question. There was a conversation that I had with Fox surrounding Fox's solo episode, which kicked off the season, which was about how all of the characters here have had really happy childhoods, and how the extreme happiness and goodness of their childhood was relevant to a particular thing that happened to the Harlock, or did not happen to the Harlock, as the case may be. So the question I would like to ask is, because I don't think none of y'all had good childhoods, but what I would like to ask is, when your character was a child, what did they imagine a good childhood would be like? When they were thinking,
my.
yes, I think this is what a good childhood would be like.
love
What were
these
they
questions.
imagining? Yes. And I want to start with Rockhead.
I wasn't ready. I didn't have my clicker right by the mute button. Yeah. So first and foremost, hello everyone. I am, as always, Rockette Fox, your second favorite person. And if you want to see me doing the things, you too can come find me. I will on Sunday morning. I will be over on Cyber Nation Uncensored playing a little bit of Minecraft, and it's gonna be fun. We found a place that once was very lost. So aside from that, though, I am also over on Sirenscape's channel on Thursdays playing some Cyberpunk Red Live. It is a lot of fun. And hey, look me up anywhere, Rockette Fox, you'll find me. You'll find me, even in the bathroom mirror as you close it slowly, standing right behind you when you least expect.
Nice.
Yes, and kind of like that. But yeah, otherwise I do have a Patreon as well. I am getting caught up on all the goodies to send out. So if you happen to get on that soon, I'll send all of the goodies from the past several months your way, because some people run late. And as far as today goes, I am playing the Harlock, who is has a little bit of the psionic powers. No reason around these parts. But is kind of at times the acting adjacent to Captain sometimes, in tandem with other people. And if having to think back on what the Harlock would have thought a good childhood would have been, and those who were here for my solo week got a little bit of a sense of maybe what some parts were like. Yeah, I think a lot of times, honestly, for Harlock, there was so much being raised from very early on to be going through psionics training, to be doing all of this stuff that comes with being a Zidani agent and stuff like this. There wasn't a lot of time left to be kind of doing other things, because especially since there's a lot of mind specific exercises being done, they're happening a lot and all the time, and also other people can kind of tell what you're thinking about at various times too, especially during going through training. So a lot of her childhood would have been spent, I think, just trying to be better at what she's doing. And so I think that would be twofold. On the one hand, imagining a better childhood would be, oh, these things that I have to work a little harder at, this would be better if I were naturally a little better and didn't have to work as hard. I think as she got older, then there would have been a little bit more of looking back. And as she's exposed to other places, other people, other cultures, and things like this, maybe looking back and being like, oh, yes, it would have been nice to like play with friends and do things like this. But it's so culturally embedded that it's a few layers deep, I would say.
Yeah. That is. I suspect all of these answers are going to be heartwarming, but then also tragic.
Heartwarmingly tragic.
Heartwarmingly tragic. Next up is going to have to be the one and only Cord.
Speaking of heartwarming and tragic, it's me. Hi, everyone. I am Cord. I am a streamer here on the Twitchernet. I also do forging and such. I made this helmet and this helmet, and I made this gorget and whatever this is, and pauldrons for my Star Wars character on Sundays. Table story and that lightsaber. I'm making a lot of stuff these days. I'm a bartificer. You can check me out on Twitter or on Twitch. Cord is the name. I also am an actor and a performer here in this space. Today I am playing Baron Severance, who is like a renegade or like a clone that's gone rogue. And there's a lot of interesting things from his past that are bubbling up through his psyche, and I think also probably through everyone else's. A lot of like the subconscious ancestral memories are starting to crisscross in his as I play through him here, and it's fucking dope. We're about 20 minutes into the episode, and I've already said the F word. So anyway, it's me. And what was the question?
What does your character, or did your character, or has your character imagined a good childhood would have been?
A good child would have been. Okay. So it's not if they were a child, what they think good childhood would be. It's
either one. You can go with either, like, because Fox told us what the Harlock would have thought when they were younger, which was like, I just wish I was better at all the things I'm being forced to do. And then when they were older,
been
like,
a good childhood
yeah.
for? Well, the Severance, for those just coming in, quick crash course, was born and raised ish, or at least he remembers, on Drinax. Drinax being the aftermath of a war-torn planet and empire. So pretty much picture post-apocalyptic. I don't know if it's radioactive. I don't think it probably was maybe a little bit, but not like fallout radioactive, right? It was like, we're gonna probably burn a bunch of stuff, and there may be some radiation.
And there are
Anyway,
hot spots, like
yeah,
don't go to those places. You can be in these
yeah,
places, that kind of a thing.
yeah. And but it's probably not like everything's mutated, everything's crazy and sucks. It's probably just like more of the blanket. Everything sucks. The So I think I right off the bat, I think he would have thought a good childhood would have been probably what he imagines Terrica's was. And that's probably why he um, w- romanticizes the nobility that he sort of wants to be.
Hmm.
Um, he's been down on his luck since character creation,
Yeah.
and that sort of has been a theme for Severance. Um, he is a survivor, but like a slimy survivor. Um, he is this like uh, yeah. I just think that, well, you'll see, but I think that like when it comes to what he thinks a good childhood would have been was obviously one that he didn't have. And he probably knows that as much as he probably doesn't admit it. He also would, I think there's a lot of like subtle jealousies that he has toward whatever he idealizes or thinks Terrica's upbringing is.
Mm.
Um, which is also, there's more layers to that too, which we're starting to unravel as well. But I think on the surface, um, I think that's what he would assume or imagine a good uh, childhood would have been.
Mm. Mm. I love that. Ooh. Well, this brings us to the next victim. I mean, player. Player. Greg, who are you? Who are you playing? And what would Val, who I'm sure had the best childhood because we met sort of his dad, what would he have imagined a good childhood to look like?
Right. Hi, everybody. My name is Greg, Grimjack21502. I'll be playing Valentine Val Morrissey, Doctor Extraordinaire. And what would Val think a perfect, as a youth, what would Val have thought the
Mhm.
perfect upbringing would have been or childhood would have been? Extremely similar to Severance's take on everything. Before meeting Terica, it was the purview of storybooks and
Yeah.
Crash Jones and things of that nature, where um, his existence wasn't necessarily, when you're in childhood, you don't think, oh, this is childhood, it should be a certain way. This is life. And so he thought that his life should have been something grander. It should have been something more impactful. And he kind of geared himself towards that sort of singular pursuit. And the old adage is the dreams of youth are either abandoned or they go by another name in adulthood: obsession. I think that's where we are with Val.
Mm-mm-mm. Thank you. I love that. And last but absolutely not least, Ari, who are you? Who are you playing? And since 2 out of 3 people here have agreed that your childhood was the best, or
Yeah.
at least what they imagined their childhood was, what Terica's childhood was. What would Terica have imagined? What did they imagine a good childhood would have been like?
Whew. Hi, I'm Ari Ventures. You can find me online and in Seattle. I'm playing Terica. They grew up very much in the noble world. So that was very, a lot of strict rules, a lot of strict guidelines. You absolutely do not show emotion unless it's an intentional effect. Like there's all of these, even down to the way that you hold your fork, levels of requirements that even as like a very young child, Terica had imprinted on them and required of them. Um, so in their mind, oddly enough, their idea of the perfect childhood is one where none of those requirements exist. And they often dreamed of just being able to run through the stars or, run through fields or like be on on a ship that was just going through the stars. And that's why, when they became old enough, they chose the path of setting off on their own and being their own merchant and really just stepping away from this idea of a bunch of forced expectations that are expected without any real contribution to the reality of the world. And to them, life is more about seeing people for who they are, and helping people in the way that they would want to be helped. That's the kind of childhood they wish they'd had, one with a loving parent who maybe would have said, "Oh, good job, Terica," once.
You're asking for a lot. I
I know.
mean,
I know.
I'm just saying. Your mom said lots of things. Maybe not "I love you" or "good job," but lots of other things.
Yeah, she is very good at avoiding those sets of words. Very adept. The thing you have to understand about my mother is that she is just as good with her words as she is with her gestures.
Yeah. Yeah. Oof. And I am your GM, troopersjp, and I am seeing myself in the yellow when it comes to audio levels, so I think I'm okay. Just getting myself there. So, let's see. Let's see. I do have two more things to do before we open up our curtains. Perhaps three. One is we have I'm going to roll a D3 to see which of our commenters on the YouTube is going to get our T-shirt, because we have three folks who commented on last week's episode, and I want them to be able to get a T-shirt because I care.
And we never forget about them.
No,
Ever,
and I would
ever,
never,
ever, ever.
ever, ever. So I think it is a 1d3. Let me just roll it this way because we're in the roll 20. Roll 1d3. 2. Sithil. Sithil, you have made lots of comments. I know you, Sithil, and I will be
Yay!
messaging you to get you a T-shirt code. Thank you for all of your message, and I want to thank also Victor, my boy, and also Rangdo for being over there on the YouTube. Thank you. I'll get you a
Oh yeah,
T-shirt.
YouTube.
Yeah, YouTube. That was the one. The second thing is there is another thing that you all can do. We have channel points, extra credit, and those channel points are available if you want to create a passenger that this group of people might pick up and maybe also murder. We never know. You can get them based on distance and how expensive the passages, and also you can name them. There's a little text box will pop up, and those are all in there for our channel points. And I believe that's everything. So last time on The Gamblers, Traveler, Pirates of Drinax, the episode called The Phoenix and the Flame. I'm going to be very vague because Rocket was not here. Vague enough. We'll see how that works. The rest of the crew, who had not been weirdly instinctually pushed away by Severance, that is Severance and Terica and Val, along with the rest of their crew, Evan, Varger, who is their steward, Kareen, who is a former waitress from Marduk, who is now a gunner security person, and Wesley, who was rescued from a ship, and who is sort of like a mechanic sort, and Sue, the hologram that has good advice for Val, always good advice for Val. They are on this ship with a bunch of grebes, which are carnivorous giraffe type creatures, with fangs. They look like giraffes, but with monster fangs, and and a number of passengers, including a latex salesman, um, an undercover noble general from the empire who wants to go on safari and is doing the big. It's a tour. Nobles like to do. It's like a really, when really rich people decide, oh, let's go all throughout Europe and we'll go to each of the major cities and then we'll get something while we're there. Make sure you get some lederhosen when you're in Munich or whatever. They do their thing. And he's on his tour. And he has hired the crew, because they're good friends now, to go on safari with him to go and kill some dangerous Theban lions. And, you've got some folks there. You also have, they got a mission. They got a mission from an Aslan noble who was sitting out in a huge and luxurious yacht ship that gave them a really good offer. That is, payment it could be anywhere between 50,000 credits to up to 500,000. But that, of course, will be something that they're going to have to talk with each other, because when we last left off, after a bunch of things happened, including things that I'm not going to say what they are, because that will be a thing for them to tell each other. They had a moment together. They had a moment together, is what I will say. And after that, I will not give an adjective. I mean, some people might say traumatic, others might say enlightening, others might say confusing, others might say fragrant. I don't know. But after that moment, they got word from Wesley that the computer notes that the Harlock is in her quarters. And so, as we open back up and pull back the curtains and see what our antagonists are doing in this moment, it has just been said that the Harlock has returned to her quarters. And Harlock, you remember stepping through this sort of psionic tunnel of space and we were somewhere with one step, and with the other step you were somewhere else. And as your foot steps through and lands, you emerge in your quarters back on the Gambler. And so people do not forget, the rest of the three are down below in the hold, where right near where the jump engines are. Like, for some reason, they're hanging out by the low berth and jump engines. Why?
For
Who
zero
knows?
weird reason.
For zero weird reasons.
Totally normal. Totally normal.
Yep. Mhm.
Also,
What's that?
isn't Doc's hands green now? Is that
Yes.
okay?
And
Yeah.
also made of
Yeah.
gemstone.
Would they be as green as Severance's new latex suit, which I hope that he's wearing?
Ooh, I don't know if it's chroma green.
No. It's a viridian, which is kind of like a deep emerald.
I'm
Just
aware of
like
that.
That friend that you
Yes.
made. Yeah.
That's
Just like
right.
Mhm.
All right, so being back there, Harlock will, which I'm assuming we're starting with, will leave her quarters and look about first. Is there anyone, is the entire crew down there, or is anyone okay? So first we'll go to the bridge.
So, for the edification of all who live here, let me pull up our map screen, which I believe that will get us there. Oh, that's the wrong screen. Give me a second. Hello. This happens sometimes. I wouldn't worry about it. Give me a moment. We have our ship, because the top half of the ship is actually where all the quarters are, but also where the bridge is. And up there on the bridge, you have when you step out of your quarters, it's clear to you that all of the passengers have been placed in their rooms, right?
Placed in their
Um,
rooms. Okay.
because you've just come back from. It's that thing that happens once you get out of jump space. You
Ah.
have to fly. You have to fly into the high port, and during that
Mm.
time, you put on your seatbelts. Do not wander around the cabin. We still have a slight problem that Evan does not have a room at the moment because you have sold the rooms to passengers currently. So I think he's still sleeping in Val's room with Val at the moment, which awkward. but
Power
hey,
couple.
power couple, figured out. So you can tell that your two passengers are up there still, in their rooms and sort of locked in as the transition moment.
Okay. And
The
no
ship is
one.
moving.
No one's on the bridge.
When you go to the bridge, indeed, there are two people on the bridge.
Ah.
You have Kareen and also Wesley are up on the bridge, and Wesley is sitting in the co-pilot chair but not touching anything. And very, very distinctly not touching anything. And Kareen is sort of lounging in one of the chairs for the gunner position. And the ship is just sort of like, it's not moving in terms of full thrust or anything like that, but you're in space and you don't anchor in space. And
Right.
so, right, the ship is just kind of slightly moving. It's not particularly heavy or much. You're not listing or drifting, but it's that sort of sense of the ship has clearly. What you do not see is a blockade or a customs
Mm.
check. That checkpoint is not there. You're not there anymore, so you're somewhere else, but still in space. And I imagine you can see in the distance. It's bit of a. It's actually a pretty big distance. You might see at the distance the planet that you're approaching, Thebus, but quite far away.
Okay.
And Wesley like perks up and looks at you. Captain, how are you? We missed you. Where have you been?
Well, I'm glad to hear that I was missed. Yes. What's happened in the past? Since the last time you saw me.
Oh, well, oh, we went and, well, not me, but the officers went and headed over to this big ship, this Aslan ship, and
Naslin ship.
yeah, we got that hail saying that the big some noble wanted to meet with the captain, and so what I can tell you from my position, and you can see Kareen just leaning back to see how amusing this is going to be. She likes to watch people say
Flounder.
messed up things, flounder, and finds that amusing. He goes, well, they all left. They went away for a while, and then I didn't hear anything from them. And
The Eslins
then
or the crew?
the crew, and then it was a while, and then Terica messaged me and said that I should arm the weapons, and I said, am I supposed to fire? And they said no, but just arm the weapons. And I said, well, the other ship's gonna know when we go hot. And they said
Wesley,
yes.
I appreciate your very thorough explanation of the past events. And Harlock will turn to Kareen. And can you tell me, from your perspective, what's been going on the past so-and-so days or hours? Or, I'm not really sure.
Yes, the crew went over to liaise with that ship. It seemed as if they were being given the runaround. So Terica wanted a show of force by a bit of a threat. Wesley freaked out. I didn't, and had contacted Severance. Severance said, wait. So they waited, and then it was a while before they came back. They came back, and they immediately went down to the hold and did not come back up here. It seemed as if they have some sort of conversations they had to have.
Hmm.
Everything
How
has
long have they been down
quiet.
there?
Ooh, about an hour?
Yeah. Well, thank you for your input. And Harlock will just turn and start making their way down.
Wait. I'm so sorry, Captain. I did have to say
Uh,
one thing. It's very important.
Yes. Yes.
The doctor asked very specifically where Wesley's hiding space is, where Wesley keeps all of his hidden things, because the doctor was certain that Wesley had a secret hiding space that nobody knew about. And Wesley said that it was in the jump bay, the one on the starboard side. In case you also
Wesley,
wanted to know where his secret space was.
Wesley, what have you been hiding in the ship?
I wasn't hiding anything.
Wesley.
I wasn't just have a roommate now. And Karina's just like, mm-hmm.
I don't know that I want to hear any more about this. Just see that it doesn't affect the ship. Harlock would, even more at a rapid pace, start like.
Was like, don't look in my bags, if you would. Just
Wesley, that's the last thing I want to do.
Thank you.
Making her way down.
And as you go to the elevator, you can just hear Wesley say, why are you telling everybody? People don't. And like the elevator doors shut as you head down to the hold. When you emerge down on the hold, your compatriots are actually not that far away.
Ah. What are they doing?
Well, that's a good question. They are down where if you emerge
Are
from
they
your
just
elevator.
standing there? Are you all standing there? Are you lying
you
there?
have to
Do
go
you
through a
look
couple
dead?
of doors. You have to go through a couple of doors first
Oh, okay.
to get to the actual hold. And when you
Harlock
do,
will go through the doors.
right? So I've got to give you the dramatic moment. When you do, you come through that final door and you emerge right, and the doors open, and of course you have your entire hold, which is full of boxes, crates, and grebes. And I would like the rest of the gang to describe when the doors open and the Harlock emerges. Where exactly are you in relation to each other? Are you dressed? How much clothing are you or are you not wearing? And basically, what does the Harlock see when when she look?
Go on.
Rocket was not here last week, but we all were. So I just, what?
Everybody's helping Severance get into his latex suit.
Fully
No, get out of it.
I was gonna say it's the other way around. Yeah.
Yes.
Hey! Make sure to put some powder in that thing.
Yeah, I forgot that step.
I think Terica is still like because I think there was like the announcement that the Harlock was there. Would that have happened then, like as the Harlock was headed down? Okay, so then they're probably still like asking Val if he's okay, and holding his hand.
So please describe what the Harlock sees. We
Well,
have Val and Terica holding hands, and
Are they crouched in a corner on on a wall side, or are you standing?
On the wall.
I think we had.
They had been holding you
just
down
shrugged us
at one
off.
point.
Yeah, you
Right.
just shrugged us off though. So I think.
Yep.
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong here,
yeah, that's right.
Greg,
Yeah.
but I think Val and Terica are on the ground still.
Anyone hold my sword? Is that
Huh?
just on the ground? Okay. I think. Yeah, as you are both there, I'm probably on my back as I'm trying to get up, and the door opens, and I go to reach for the rapier, and then Baron Severance goes, "Oh, Harlock."
Is this a private moment? Should I go back upstairs?
You're alive.
All right. They seem real. You just
Yeah,
catch
Val would
knife, toss the rapier toward her.
The rapier goes through their body because they are a hologram. That is not true.
Oh,
It's
no.
actual
That's
real.
what
It's
he's,
actually
that's what
there.
he's doing.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
Hey,
yeah,
they had a
that's
whole week last week, Rocket. Like, if I said that,
Mhm.
they would have believed it. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
But yeah, he tosses it in hopes to sort of see what happens.
Toward who?
You
Oh.
toward the Harlock.
If it's a high enough toss, she'll catch it.
Yeah, it's the perfect toss. Unless I
It actually does three
right.
like barrel
Yeah,
rolls on the
it's
way,
so
and then
cool. It slows down for a second, it corkscrews, which is really weird. But yeah, anyway, and then you catch it.
Oh.
And anyway, so you do catch it, and then he's like, okay, all right, we're
Well,
good.
I have
Give it
one
back.
of these now, but thank you.
That was just a test. Give it back.
I'll hold on to it for now. What's going on here? What are you all resting? Is this some sort of a nap that you people do?
No.
You mean you-
No. Tirka,
Well, I'm
moves
Zodani,
away.
so I don't know if it's a cultural thing.
I will also note
And
for the
psionic
record
people.
that Val's hand
Psionic.
is made of that same gemstone that
Oh,
Right, yeah, that
And,
part.
and
of
that's the
conversation we haven't
hand
had
that
yet.
Tirka is
Alright.
like holding.
right. And Val would turn towards the Harlock when she comes in. And I'm assuming, can he see through his hand? Like it's
sorry.
gems, right? Like
Greeny,
gem
translucent-y.
translucence? Or he would look through his hand at the Harlock and you would just hear him say, groovy.
Doctor. And
It is-
Harlock
it
will
is
walk
not
over
stiff.
there.
By the way, it is not stiff, right? Even though it is made of this gemstone, it still feels like it still moves as if it were your regular flesh. It's not like stiff. It's simultaneously like it's not soft, but when you press on it, it does have a bit of a give as if flesh does. It's some kind of some hybrid between flesh and gemstone. It's as if gemstone were flesh, right? Somewhere it's the feeling, the consistency of it is somewhere in between.
It's
It's
a
got like
touchstone.
Yeah.
We have entered chapter 2 of Val's villain origin story.
Yeah.
You know, the Harlock will walks over, takes the edge of the San Francisco rapier, and just like will poke the hand lightly.
You will try. I'm not
Right.
sure I can test this without.
No, if
I
if
think
it
Tirka
is
would also
allowed,
go
she'll
to-
walk over and start like trying to poke at it.
I think Tirka
Yeah,
would
okay.
also try and slap the rapier down.
Oh, try to
Like, I
disarm
don't-
the
What's-
rapier.
I don't think they would. but
What's
they-
all this about? What's going on here?
There was a moment and it became this.
A moment of what?
Thank you.
Can I get a roll, please? I need telepathy from the Harlock and also from Val the moment that contact between you is made. Because you were trying to poke that thing and there was like I need both of you to roll telepathy, please.
Do you need something from me to try to disarm the?
Nope.
Okay, cool, sweet. I just do it. Cool, got it.
Okay. So,
And that's a crit for me.
You
15 for
have-
Harlock.
activated a telepathic link between yourselves. These things do not last very long. They only last a couple of seconds. And they do cost a psionic point to activate if you like spend your psionic energy in order to sort of make this link. This link is initiated between you two. You did not do it, but it is now there. And you do not
It
need
does
to
cost
spend
us a
a
point
psionic.
though.
It
Oh, we
does
don't.
not
Okay.
cost you a point. A link is joined between you two. Let's call it spontaneously. Let's just say that it's a spontaneous link that you do not have to pay for. Ta-da! You're in each other's thoughts. Go ahead. Continue.
Oh, that's so nice.
Mm.
You would show everything that occurred with the seed and everything that he did, even the approach of the sword and the hilt, and he would even allow, if this is something that can be done with the telepathy, he would even include his emotional state during this, not necessarily the desire whenever he would hold on to that seed that safety, that protection. The only way that he could think to keep it safe was to swallow it. And so even in the dream, that seed that became the hand would have been swallowed by Val in a moment, not of confusion, but of wanting to make sure that whatever this was, whatever essence of, you know, the visions of the death of Drinax and all of these things, he wanted to keep it safe. And the overriding thought was safety. There's more to it, but that's what he'll let you say.
I
So,
get it. I'm
Rocket
getting a
was not
sense
here.
of. I'm getting a sense of what may have occurred here, though.
Yeah, there visions of Drinax's destruction, you know, the death of the water table, you know, basically the entire death of Drinax. Trooper, correct me when I'm wrong. But there was kind of a symbolic, almost like a, this is what remains of Drinax. This is the life. This is the, and also the death of everything that had occurred. This is the experience that was Drinax. And he ate it in the middle of this dream, not having an idea of what needed to be done with it, but taking matters into his own hands as far as the protection of this symbolic Drinaxian essence.
Now,
right?
let me also, since
That's what
these are the
Val thought.
visions, yeah. Since you're getting these visions, I'm also going to give you an interpretation of some of those visions as well. Yes, but also what you are seeing, what Greg has described as what Val interprets that vision to mean. It was a little bit psychedelic, but you are seeing some other things from perhaps some perspectives you might know. So there is this, right? But it is simultaneously that, but also you're seeing the seed, the child being ripped out from their parent, ripped away from their parent. Or also perhaps like a finger being cut off of a body, right? That there is a piece of Drinax that has been in this vision ripped away from its roots, its home, its larger consciousness. And in this vision, this small piece of Drinax, and you're seeing it through Val's internal state. And in Val's mind, this becomes very organic. It's very much like a tree or roots, right? It's sort of this sort of sense of there's plant life, and there is a like a seed or a pod that has been pulled away that had some great sense of pain, and this seed and pod is also dying in this vision. There's like the death of Drinax, and this thing in the vision itself seems to be at the same time. You know that to perhaps not be true, and this thing, this vision becomes a seed, and that seed is also dying, and it will die as it's being drained of all life, unless it is extricated. And in the vision that Val is giving you, you see Val use his surgical skills to remove this small, still living seed from this larger body, which for you is not all of Drinax. There's like all of Drinax, then there's this other piece, the finger that has been removed. And inside the dying finger that's being rapidly drained, there's the seed. And you see Val remove the seed from this dying branch. Let's use that metaphor. But the seed needs to be planted somewhere so that it can live. And then you see Val see you walking down a corridor, as if you've stepped in from one place and you're heading somewhere else. And as you are walking down this corridor, you are holding the hilt, that ceremonial hilt. And you see Val see that the only, the seed needs to be planted so that it can live. And that the seed that he has extracted from the branch could be implanted in the hilt of your, the gem at the hilt of this blade you have. And you see now in two different sort of spaces, right? Because you're watching Val's vision, but you also walked that corridor just about 5 minutes ago. In a way, you see Val ponder and feel Val ponder placing and planting this seed inside of your hilt. And then Val, and you feel, watching this, you feel the seed coming towards your hilt, having been extracted from the branch by Val.
Mhm.
And then Val eats the seed. And in that moment, this is a little bit weird in terms of time. The moment that Val eats the seed, you see the tendril go into the hilt, and the telepathic connection between you two is initiated in the moment when the seed is both in him and in your hilt. Now, I know that connection happens when you touch him, but in this vision, it's happening then there as well, about 5 minutes ago. But it doesn't seem to actually manifest until you actually got into that space together.
Doctor.
Captain.
You are the one who's always talking about not putting strange things into your system,
I've said
eating
that.
wise. I'm pretty sure I remember hearing something about that.
Oh, I'm so
Although-
sorry. I'm so sorry. This does need to be said because you did not say you dropped anything. The Harlock is still carrying a bunch of stuff that you brought with you.
Yeah, I have all sorts of stuff.
Um,
Well, I would have left a lot of the papers up in the room.
yes, but you have a bunch of stuff though. Severance, as this is happening, please note that remember all that stuff that you lost when you teleported
Oh, that stuff. Yes, I
instinctually?
carry that.
Yeah, instinctually back in Marduk? Like that all that gear you lost? She is holding the stuff that you did not recover is in her hands.
Well, the bag
parts-
is draped over,
yeah.
but yes.
Yeah.
That stuff
Interesting.
is being carried.
Yeah.
Cool.
Go on.
Either way, how are you feeling? This is Deval.
I feel good. Feeling confident. I'm not dead.
No, you're not. And the Harlock will kind of hand goes onto the hilt. Interesting. Very interesting.
I
Can
would like a
you-
recon from everyone.
Oh.
All right.
Everybody recon.
Uh-oh.
Intelligence recon.
This will
I
go
would
well.
love to. Now, where is
It's
my
loading.
Mhm.
Oh, I'm on the
over
wrong.
here? No, where the hell is it? Where is Emerald 20? There it is.
The Harlock sees all.
Mm.
What did I roll?
I don't have recon. I've got stealth streetwise.
Well, that means you just gotta roll it at a with a minus, that's all.
Okay.
I see your recon and I raise you a stealth.
I'm trying.
Yeah, you just you can here I can put it in there for you. You can just select what
I
skills
think
to
it-
show, and then you just add
Oh.
recon. There you go.
Thank you.
I just added it for you.
Oh,
It should be there. Did I unadd it again?
I think you added it, and the
you
same
go.
time I added it, and then
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
and then it got removed. I think. Yeah.
There you go.
I think that's what happened. Okay, here we go. Do I need to? Oh no, it's already in there. Excellent. Never
Okay.
mind.
Does anybody want to spend luck? You do need a
I do have. Does that psionic awareness that happened earlier, is that still in effect for me? Does that change
that-
anything?
that was for strength. You had boosted your
Oh, okay.
physical strength.
Never mind.
If you are the Harlock or you are Val, your difficulty for this was average at 8. If you are not the Harlock or Val, your difficulty was 10. So Severance sees it. Harlock sees it. Doc won't see it unless you spend 3 luck. Tarika, you are a long way to see it.
No, Tarek is very focused on Val right now, and
Yep.
he's saying he's okay, but they just also saw Drinax die, and also the Harlock is back. There's a lot of distracting things happening. I will take the fail.
Okay.
Hell yeah.
Trooper, this is the player's conversation. At the moment that we had to make this recon roll, the telepathic link with the Harlock was
Mhm.
still in effect.
Yes.
Would that
yes.
give him a
Mm.
boon or anything because of?
That's why you have the 8 rather than the 10.
Okay, so I have
Give
to
it-
spend
give
a luck to because I have
Yes.
7 now.
That
Okay.
is correct.
Yeah. Okay. I'll spend a luck.
This conversation is happening. I just have to pause that conversation for this awareness.
Oh no.
Val, not Terica. The hilt on the Harlock has a hilt of a weapon that has no blade. It is ornate. It is. It looks sort of burnished bronze, gilt. It's very, very fancy, but it's also clearly technological because there are sort of like circuits running through it. And the hilt of this, the bottom of the hilt has got a deep green gemstone in it. That is the exact same sort of gemstone that is currently Val's hand. And also, they are both pulsing with a bit of a heartbeat that is it is in the exact same rhythm. Those two pieces of gemstone, Val's hand and the hilt of that, the bottom of that hilt, are both slightly pulsing in the exact same rhythm, almost like a heartbeat, but something like the heartbeat of something either weak, it's like a weak heartbeat, something distant. That is something that all three of you notice. And also, Severance, you know it seems to be the same gemstone that your glasses are. It is also the same gemstone that Terica's royal crest is, that they found on Marduk. And for the Harlock, you also see all that, but you do note that the glasses and the crest, while they also have a bit of a pulse to them that is currently present, which I will note, these things do not normally pulse. They do not normally pulse, right? Most people would just see them and it doesn't seem like anything at all. But at this moment, all of them are pulsing a little bit. Those two items do not pulse in the same rhythm as the ones between you and also Val. Yours and Val seem to be in sync, but not the other two. They're not in sync with each other or with you. That is what is noticed. Oh, Terica, you do notice something. I can give you something that you notice. Val's hand, as you are holding it, is feeling a little bit less gemstone and a little bit more flesh. Just a little bit.
I think Terica would just give it a light squeeze and let his hand go at that point.
I believe we have a great deal to discuss.
Yes.
Doctor,
Yes.
this, of what you shared with me, this seed of sorts, was this all within a vision you had, or was it tangible?
Both. It felt real. Obviously, we were not transported someplace else.
Or
Certainly.
were we?
Somewhere filled with cats, perhaps?
That's the.
It was the cat
they're
cafe.
hiding around every corner.
We were able to be there for 40
Nice.
minutes.
Well, and Harlock will pull out the hilt and then kind of flip it around to where the back part of it is facing the gang. As you see, there appears to be some sort of connection between, and this is to Val, our respective pieces, as it were.
And And he would indicate the emblem and the glasses as well, because that was all noticed by the three that made the
Mhm.
roll, right? So seems we are all linked by some shared psychic trauma or manifestation.
Well,
I,
it's a bit more than that. If you'll notice, these two, and then for what's it? Is Val's hand pulsing? Is that what? Okay.
Because Val's hand at the moment, I want you.
It's
I want. I don't. I'm gonna paint this picture as if it were art. Just imagine it, right? So imagine the forearm, right? The hand here to the wrist, right? The
Mm.
entire hand itself is this gemstone.
okay.
This deep emerald gemstone. But when we get to like about here, imagine it becoming like veins that sort of like work their way down, and so there's like a into the flesh. So like all of this is flesh,
Neat.
right? And then like you've got like as if it were veins or roots, as if
Okay.
the gemstone itself were like rooting into his flesh.
So that being the case, Harlock will hold the end of her hilt up to the hand to show that they're both pulsing synchronously. Yes, but it seems that these two are part from the same creature.
it would appear they have some union that they are exhibiting in either one another's presence, or it's a uniformity that happens despite distance. I've never seen. And he looks at Severance, pauses for a second. The captain's glasses or Terika's emblem pulse before this moment. That's not to say that they haven't, it's just something that I haven't noticed. It seems that either the proximity of one or the presence of all are causing some type of reaction.
Yes. Well, what I can say is I was able to make certain discoveries when I took my journey. And then at that, she'll take off the bags and hand that. And she also has Severance's old coat. So hand all that back to Severance.
Oh, thank you. What is this? Is this? Are these my drugs?
Yes.
Yes, most of them. So
Thank you. Where did you get these from? These are them.
yes.
But how?
Well, and you notice that kind of doesn't glance at Severance, but it's like kind of her attention darts over there a little bit. As it seems, as we know, there was, maybe still is, the Baron, as the person from the Imperium who had gone about creating some clones of themselves, from which we get our dear Severance here acknowledges. As it happens, our respective stones are, one may think of them as amplification for psionics in such a way. And as the Baron, the older Baron, I shall say,
Marymore.
Marymore, yes. Well, he naturally, somehow or another, came by some psionic abilities and happened to discover a rather large piece of this viridium, and thusly was able to enhance his psionics quite a bit, along with a fair number of experiments and feeding of the stone various, life forces, I guess, from other unwilling participants. The point therein being that apparently the main Viridian functions as a sort of a hub to where he's able to maneuver his consciousness from one of these individuals to another, which and lowers the voice just a little bit, like not to where people can't hear, but just to acknowledge that this was talked about in private before, to Severance, which would be how certain things transpired before with the switching between bodies, as it were. Needless to say, as it happens, when you, I would infer, had teleported the first time, you started somehow activating your link to this, which didn't work, but it worked for your clothes. And the second time, it worked for me. So I went there. I was there. I saw everything. The important things to know are that I was able to make a connection to this Viridian. It's not as we think of in terms of like some sort of a lifeless gemstone or a bauble or something like that. It's far more than that. Doctor, did you, in your visions, were you able to see it in its full? Were you able to see the being?
The being?
What are you talking about? The being?
This, and kind of holds up the hilt. The Viridian that the Baron Marimore had obtained, and will kind of gesture on the size of it, was about yay in size, and from which you can imagine would provide quite the amplification for psionics. However, it had a force in and of itself, a heartbeat, as it were, a sentience. And
for the record, it was like a meter tall, like 3 feet tall, like a foot and a half, 2 feet wide, right? So we're talking about a very huge chunk of gemstone is what she is describing. And there is a piece of that vision that Greg did not share, but I should be said, that Greg saw what you recognize, Harlock, as that gemstone that was taken. In his vision, it was like it was him. He became it in his vision in some way. And he saw Severance, your Severance, murder people and pour blood on him. And then he saw the Marymore Severance
Severance
take his
Prime.
fingers and Severance Prime. Although in the vision it's very unclear who was who, right?
Right.
Just reach in and pull out bits of flesh from Val and then eat it to become stronger. And then Val was experiencing himself getting weaker and weaker and bleeding out and almost being on the point of death. And then Severance killing someone else and pouring blood on him and then eating the flesh, which you...
Yeah.
Yeah.
That tracks. Would Val share that at some point?
That came through the teleportation.
It did, okay.
Info dump.
Link, yeah.
Which, by the way, is still there. And it probably should have stopped by now, but it is still there. The link.
Get out of my head! No. Yes, Val, what you witnessed, that is the entity to which I am referring. I was able to connect with it before I returned. I also had a vision when I was there when I connected. That piece it's like just the tip. It's like a fingertip. There's so much more. If you think of Drinax as a cave of sorts, or it's within there. And not metaphorically speaking either, literally, there of this material, of gesturing to all these things, of this material, it's there, it's made of this. It is of Drinax. It is the spirit, as it were, but also literally, there is literally a being made of this within there, and very.
Thin Drinax.
It's incredibly old. It was there before the destruction. It was there. It experienced it, and it's growing back, little by little. It's there though, but this the fingertip. It. I don't know if this helps you at all, Doctor, but what the Baron Merrimore was doing is, well, to describe in simple terms, there were pods, I guess one might say, pods of shackles and things like that, to which this Baron would find mostly children, because that's where the psionics are the strongest. But he would put them in there, and he'd written a great deal about whether or not methods of torture were able to increase the psionic output. But he was feeding it. He was feeding it to the stone to keep it from being completely drained whenever he took from it. But the stone, and you'll notice every time she's talking about the stone, she's kind of like looking at the hilt. But it remembers everything. It's very old, you see. But I, as you know, I couldn't just leave it like that. So, needless to say, I believe, Doctor, that the seed that you ingested, I believe that's part of this being that is in here, as is a part of it's in here right now.
So I should eat my glasses?
What? No, well, from what I can tell, and this is all.
I'm not.
No. From what I can tell, and again, I'm quite new to this, but I believe your glasses are from a different being, or maybe, or maybe a hair of the being. It's not quite the same though.
How did you come about having a piece of it in your hilt?
Well, so whilst I was there, that reminds me. It turns to Severance. Another piece of import. Well, I suppose it's important for all of us, depending. It would seem that aside from yourself and gestures to your body, yourself in current, there were others, and it would seem that the original Baron Merrimore is not, in fact, deceased, but is elsewhere at the moment. As it stands, there's nowhere else for him to go from here. So were we to stop him, he has no other places to go, if you catch my drift. But whilst I was there, after I cleaned the room of everything that needed it, his original body was there, and I, as a matter of course, doing my due diligence and all, I lit the room on fire as I was leaving. And so thusly, you will neither be able to jump anywhere else either, so I apologize. You are now trapped in the current body you have.
Me?
But like the rest of us, it's
Right,
bad. It's bad form. But as I because I needed the telepathic link to be able to return here without having to steal a ship and sail from the Imperium, it would have been very, very messy indeed. But it seems that, as I didn't want to leave all of this to continue to happen, I lit the fire so that it would consume the Baron Merrimore once I was gone, but it seems he was able to return. And he is indeed very, very powerful. He's very powerful indeed. But he only had enough within his body for this one attack. But then I connected to the stone, and I promised that we would avenge what had happened thus far this experience. And Tarek, to answer your question, I'm not really quite really sure, but I connected, and it joined me, as it were. So there was the last of the energy within the larger piece of stone itself, anyway.
So there is trying to understand what you're saying. There is a rock creature in the heart of Drinax.
Yes.
That Mary Moore, the prime of
the previous, yes.
He's trying to feed.
He was using it to feed himself. He was draining it. Well, feeding it and then draining it.
Keeping it fed on pain and death.
Yes, but that's not what the creature feeds on. He didn't even acknowledge it as being alive, or he doesn't really understand these things.
But he was putting children into these pods that you mentioned, torturing them to elicit a stronger psionic response.
Yes.
To in fact feed this rock creature, of which I now have a fingertip that is my entire hand.
Yes, that is more. That's the long and short of it. Yes.
Your glasses may be connected to my brooch.
Yeah. Question: Are the glasses and the brooch, are they in unison, or
they are not?
Okay.
I think Tarika just believes that because they touched it one time and then they heard severance. But I don't think they've told anyone about that yet.
But also, because you're related. But 2 points of order. 2 points of order, just to remind. You had this piece of gemstone in your hilt, and you activated it, and it was not connected to the seed, and then, as you were walking through, the seed that you had drained got placed inside the hilt. In the vision that you saw from, you don't know how it happened, but you walked through, and from your perspective, the seed, after you drained it, you realized the seed was in. Right. Yeah. But then when you saw Val's vision, Val actually removed it, right? Removed the seed from the dying stone.
Mm-hmm.
And in the process for removing it, because Val was not physically there, but you were, the stone is basically, through Val's work, is implanted into your hilt, but then he also eats it.
Okay.
So it is now split between the two of you, right? In his hand and in your hilt. So this implies that the stone that you have was probably not originally from Drinax. It was probably from somewhere else, but it was the earth with which that seed could still live, right? And then it becomes split between the two of you. Next point. I know the answer for the Harlock is no, and as we know from before, the answer for Tarika is no, because I did ask this question as one of our pre-show questions. 2 of you have been reading Crash Jones since you were kids. Of those of you who have been reading Crash Jones, have you or watched the serial? Have you watched the serial Crash Jones and the Drinax Barbarians? Have your characters watched that one?
Yes.
Or not? Yes. I know that Severance has, because Severance and Wesley talked about it. Has Val watched that one?
We're gonna say that Val probably did at one point, but retention of all of the things. Yeah. Because Greg does not. So Greg would not be able to speak intelligently.
Because here's the thing: the Harlock said something about a cave. In that serial, that was one of the serials where Crash Jones, if you remember, had to go to Drinax to go and find an ancient artifact so that Crash Jones could make their own special sword so they could go and become a great knight and find the true
Right.
ruler of the Trojan Reaches. It's a whole big thing, right? And that's when Crash Jones met Dreadleash Dalton, who becomes their fast friend. There's a big fight on like in tree houses, a whole thing. There are no tree houses on Drinax. However, in the serial, there are these tremendous, amazing tree houses.
Yeah.
Of course. But in that serial, when Crash Jones was going to try to find the ancient artifact from Crash Jones's time and space, which is from Terra from like 1,000 years ago or whatever, right? Crash Jones made his way through the forest, right? You know, being chased and all that with the Dreadleash and his special tiger, made his way to the artifact, which was an ancient aircraft carrier from World War II, is what it was. And they climb into this aircraft carrier because Crash Jones is a World War II pilot. And Crash Jones falls through a room in this ship all the way down into a huge, large cave, which is deep in the heart of Drinax.
Cool.
Like an old mine shaft, right? And in deep down in there, there's it's an old mine from thousands of years ago. And this mine is a Viridian mine. And in this serial, who knows who wrote it? But the serial posits that in old ancient Drinax, there was a gemstone called Viridian, which people would confuse with emerald, but it's not emerald. It's a very, very rare gemstone that exists in very few places in the universe, but Drinax is one of those places. But in the serial, no one knows where any of the Viridian mines are anymore. They've all been lost with the war. And in that serial, at the beginning, like the bling politics that somebody found out where maybe one was, but it's very dangerous because all sorts of people would really want this very rare gemstone if they could find it. And in this particular serial, Crash Jones fell through this mine shaft into this sort of great, deep, ancient Viridian mine. And you remember that in this serial, Drinax is a special place in that it has access to this very, very special gemstone that, if you remember from the serial, it's a gemstone, but it also sort of fused itself into this old aircraft carrier, and it seemed to it throbbed and pulsed as if it were a heartbeat, and it sort of glowed briefly, and there were all sorts of automatons made of Viridian and the whole sort of Viridian blades. It was very, very pulpy, but there was this story right in there where this gemstone was something very special, very rooted deep in the heart of this planet. Now, Crash Jones fights Psionicis because Psionicis are all evil, it's one of the things. Also, the Aslan and the Zidane, they're also all evil. So, they would never be into psionics, but
I didn't watch it too much.
right. So it's not linked. In the serial, there is no link to psionics in the serial because the serial is written by people who do not like psionics because it's written by the Empire. But you do know that in that serial, that cave that she mentioned, there was something like it in that serial, and it was deep in this heart where this Viridian was, that was sort of linked to an ancient, old Drinax. But that it is a very rare gemstone that is probably in very few places at all. And you do also remember that your wife, the Baroness Marymore, was livid that you, Marymore, stole her special noble crest that was very rare and important. And you also know, going back to Terrica here, Terrica, you know that your mother has a crest that is exactly like this one, the one that you have, except that one is emerald, right? And it is clearly a reproduction of whatever the original lost one was, which you have, which is not emerald, right? It looks like emerald, but it's not. It is not the same.
This is not emerald.
It is not emerald. So there is a gemstone that clearly must exist on other planets other than Drinax. But what the Harlock is saying is that this gemstone is somehow the heart of. It is a living thing in some way, and Yeah, it's a core, right? And you recall that cereal did have in it a description of like a cave, like deep in, and it's not the same, but there's a suspicious echo, right? Both of you, though both of you have read it, would recall a suspicious echo to what it is that the Harlock described, although without the psionics, because the Baron Severinus Winter is the evil psionicist from Zodani person, so we can't say anything positive about psionics in that serial.
So
Is
much.
the telepathic link still up?
Yep.
I want
By
to
the way-
Very
sever
fast
it.
conversation.
Telepathic links last like 6 seconds, 6-7 seconds, but this one has just not stopped.
We're
And
speaking
you did
would-
not voluntarily create it.
He wants to sever it if he can.
You can.
Oh, I
But
see.
just roll for me. Just roll telepathy for me. Just roll it,
Hang
me
up
roll.
on
if
you.
you don't mind.
I got another call coming in. Hold on one sec.
Oh, sorry. I think we're breaking up.
We got a solar flare.
Ooh.
Nice.
You are able to sever it, no problem. In your mind, what does it look like?
Uh, he wouldn't want it to be dismissive, but if there's still like feelings being transferred through this link too, it would definitely be I need off this call, and that's what he would do. Harlock, you would feel that this is, he needs to be alone with his thoughts for a moment.
Well, and also I think Harlock recognized, especially having been around, like, away from Zodani area for a long time, that like whilst she may be used to being incredibly like connected and stuff like that, that a lot of people aren't. So I don't think she'd be upset by that. She'd be like, yeah, fine. Just
When the connection is severed, your hand ceases to be green. It goes back to looking like a human hand, and all of your pieces stop pulsing. It's like the psionics were turned off.
Hmm.
You
Wow.
were all feeding back on each other in this way, and in that moment, when that connection, which was created during the teleportation, actually is severed, it all turns off, and your hand now looks like a human hand, although you still feel the gemstone. It's as if it's like when that the web of your thumb and finger, and if you pull it out and you put a bright light, you can see through it because the skin is thin there. It's like the pulsing was bright enough, or the psionic energy was bright enough, that you just no longer could see the flesh. You know it's still there. But at the moment, as this connection between all four of you has stopped, you can no longer see the viridian underneath your skin, but you know it's there. And you can, like, it's weird to feel things, right? Like, you can't, it's like you feel that inside of your hand there is solid, stiff, hard gemstone at the same time that it is just part of your hand. That makes any
bone.
sense. Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
If anybody's ever had the wonderful experience of having a plate put into any part of their body, I'm guessing that is a similar sensation. So
Yeah. Except the only difference is, and this is the weird part, right? It is a plate that is solid and metal and doesn't move, or it's a gemstone, it's a rock, it is hard, but at the same time, you also feel it move. There is
Gotcha.
a cognitive dissonance between your knowledge and embodied feeling of this as something that is just as rigid as any other kind of gemstone, except that you also feel it move as if it is flesh. It is both at the same time impossible to move and bend, but it is also moving and bending. It is both your flesh and it is this gemstone. It is a simultaneous overlay of experience that is a little weird.
he has time to deal with that kind of juxtaposition of feeling. But he needed to sever the link because he needed to think about something and not have it be broadcast. throughout the entire conversation, he deliberately diverted his thoughts away from the fact that if the original Marrymore had been doing all of these things and had been, using this power, had been feeding this power and had this relationship and this evolution that occurred because of his exposure to this power, the only thing that he could think of that he did not think of during this was, would his offspring carry any type of residual effect? And he would
It's a
turn to
good question,
Terica.
isn't it?
I need to
I
see
think-
you.
Me?
Mhm.
Okay. I think
Oh, you-
Terica looks a little like, because this is the first time they've been exposed to everything the Baron Marrymore did. So up until that point, it'd been like, oh, it's Severance, but now it's like
Right.
so much
Oh,
worse.
the other
Like,
guy.
oh no, Daddy
Ah,
Dearest was
yeah.
torturing kids. That's cool.
You thought I was bad.
Listen, trying to put this as delicately as possible since there are people related to the situation here, maybe.
Not me.
So I think Terica's a little just like shell shocked, and they're looking at Val's hand, and they're like, okay.
We are on an approach to Thebus. I suspect we will all need to be at stations at some point in the near future. May I borrow Terica for as many moments as you can spare, captains?
Harlock will look at Severance.
Yes,
I'm fine with that.
I have to fill in the Harlock anyway. With the potential 850,000 credits that we may make.
Oh, yes, right.
Mhm.
And the Alliance, which makes sense, but still.
Oh, does this
From
have
the-
anything to do with Wesley's hidey hole and all the weird business he keeps in
Oh
there?
no!
In a weird way, yes. No,
Terica will
no.
jump up and run back to his room to get the 2 pieces of broken stick, so that she can have a
Good.
conversation with him.
And Terica brings out,
broke your stick.
yeah, like a stick, right? That's like maybe so big and maybe like an inch in diameter that has been whittled, right? Carved, like very intricate carvings have been sort of cut into this. It's clearly not finished, and it doesn't look like it's meant to be something. It looks like a thing you do if you're whittling. You know, some people knit, some people whittle, but this is clearly very, very intricate and delicate. Clearly kind of like a tradition, perhaps, right, from whoever did this, where they're from. But it is also snapped in half.
Terica looks exceptionally guilty as they like tuck the 2 pieces very, very carefully into their pocket.
What's all this?
I need to apologize to Wesley for breaking his art.
Oh, that was art. Okay.
I didn't mean
Stick.
to.
Well,
It just I've had more strength.
have you more strength? Have you curious? Have all of you experienced increases of various functionalities?
Oh yes. I heard Severance's thoughts. Sorry. They just happened.
What was I saying?
I don't remember.
Are you being polite, or do you really not remember?
No, I honestly don't remember.
Oh, okay.
Whole season ago.
I mean, it could be as if it were just a couple weeks ago.
Mhm. Time's
It
weird
was-
out here.
Val?
Out of
Talk
character. I think it was just
and-
me trying to struggle in getting into the latex
Yes.
suit. I think is all it was.
Yeah.
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
It was trying to get to that latex suit.
Oh,
Mhm.
dang.
But I don't think Terica would have remembered anything because it was like Severance's thoughts and then throwing up all over the
Right.
bridge and then going
Yeah,
on the Aslan
yeah.
ship.
That's
like
true. Yeah.
they were
They were kind of in a bit of a space at
I would
Yeah.
imagine Severance's
Yep.
thoughts, and then see him trying to pull us. Nope. We'll go ahead and
Nope,
just.
nope,
Also,
nope.
because that's the body of her father.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's not a
And
conversion
this
we
only
wanted.
gets worse the more we talk about it.
Yeah. Love it.
Yes. Let it get even
Um,
worse.
Listen, everybody, we experienced a bit of an overdose on psionic drugs. We've been transposed across the galaxy. If anything, I think that maybe we need just a few moments to bring it down a few galactic notches here and just breathe, get our, stretch a little bit,
Right,
drink, get
everything
get
that's been
hydrated.
said for the
Yeah.
past 20 or so minutes has just been zero evidence in thinking this is real. I mean, we're
It's a
coming
lot-
off of being high.
Mhm.
I haven't, but that sounds fun for you.
This is where we're going to take our break, though. This is our break moment. And I will note, officially, you all have now
Officially.
activated these psionic amplifiers,
Oh God.
all made of Viridian, by the way.
This will only go well.
And now that they are
Well-
activated, they are now bound to you. As you have them on you, or in you, as the case may be, you have a +1 to your psionic strength.
Hell
Wait,
yeah.
why are you
It's
giggling?
Val. It's Val.
Oh.
Val, it's the
Nothing.
hand. I was not even saying
I'm
anything
like a
dirty.
teenager. I'm
What?
like a teenager sometimes. Don't mind me. It's fine.
What
better be
possibly
careful with
was
that.
said that
So
made
that
you
takes us up
giggle?
a full point. Like, so
Yep.
if I was at 9, I'm at 10 now.
That is correct.
What is this thing called? A psychic
I like that.
amplifier?
It is a psionic amplifier, but it's very specifically a piece of very rare Viridian, which is a sort of, it is, as the Harlock said, it's sort of alive. in
It's
its own
morphin'
way.
time.
It might be. But we're going to go on break, everyone. And I want to say we're going to take 10, hydrate, stretch. If you have any psychic living rock inside of you, that's cool.
Appease it. Go appease your inside of you living rock.
Yeah,
yes.
if you do have some living rock inside of you, Val is available for
Good.
telehealth.
Yes, yes.
You got about 10 or so minutes,
Yes.
and we'll race you.
Right, and remember, the living rock that is inside of you throbs because we already described that this is exactly
Perfect.
how Viridian works.
Impulses.
Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah,
Impulses.
that would also mean that his hand throbs too, right?
That is correct.
Well, that's
Go appease the quivering rock inside of you,
Yes,
everyone.
Chris,
It
consider
also
that.
means that at any given time, Val is, of course, rock hard. So let's
That
see
is
this one.
also correct.
But also with also
always.
a little bit of give, a little
Yeah.
A little
right.
slight bit of gift.
That's right. Genitalia. There we go. Genitalia.
Gemitalia.
And that's
Genitalia,
the title of
everybody.
the episode.
fun.
Actually, I think it might be the title of the episode. I'm
No.
just saying.
Oh, no.
Yes.
You just have to spell it right.
Uh-huh.
We are going to break, everyone. We'll be back in 10. And we are back, everyone. We are back after our intermission, and I hope you enjoy our brand new and very exciting intermission, post-intermission
thing.
stinger. Comeback
That was
thing.
sick.
I know, I was like,
The gambler into the stone jackal was so cool.
right? Yeah.
So
And I was
cool.
like, let me go do animation. I can do it.
That was dope. That's exactly
I think it's so
that
cool.
was so cool.
That was super cool.
I'll drop it in our chat. You're gonna have it.
dope. That's dope.
So
Thank
we
you.
are
Super
here,
cool.
and I'm gonna give it to y'all, so you can do whatever you want with it. So we're back, and we've got our second bit, and in this moment, the ship is moving. It's moving, at a decent clip towards Thebus. Not super fast. It's just kind of moving. It's a little like, some people are not a pilot, Wesley, but they're like, well, the
It's
course
hard
has
to
been
pilot when you
put.
can't touch anything.
I know, we'll just like let it go. And at the moment, our group has split into two, as Val has some concerns and wishes to speak to Tarika about it, leaving the Harlock and Severance together. The captains, down there in the hold.
The
And
captain's
I
table.
will leave this to you to decide which one of your. I said there were two pairs earlier today. Which pair of you would like to take the old Kliegelight first?
I will.
Please do.
Tis
As
I.
the doctor and Tarika head out towards the elevator, you are left there in the hold.
Have fun.
How fun. So, everything you said about rocks and creatures and
Yes.
Drinax is very
Yes.
interesting. But we also have a quite a interesting offer from an Aslan lord known as Ptah Kayu.
Oh.
The big, resplendent, and might I say, probably fake, noble lord who has
Oh.
lost their son, their second son, named Pthias. They were a great dueler, and they are lost or something in the jungles of Thebus,
well-
and they need to be retrieved.
Lost in terms of their can't find their way, or lost in terms of they were lost as in battle, lost.
Yeah, no, lost as in we need to find them. Yes,
Okay, yes, that.
And also, this is of course during safari season. Do you know what that is?
I do, yes.
It
We
is,
do things a little bit differently, back on.
How do you do safari?
It's not important, but yes,
Safari
fantastic.
for you.
Yes, I
Safari is
tried to
probably
get,
spelled with a P from where you're from.
well, not for me, but it sounds like
Peace
for
Safari.
these Aslans, probably spelled with P. Yes, I tried to get information from Wesley about what had happened in my absence, but it was very unclear.
Yeah, that makes
Yes.
sense. Yes, so we went and we were flagged down just outside of Thebus, anyway. And almost as like we would. They knew that we were on our way. It was very interesting. Anyway, this man,
It's a
this
little odd, but yes.
yeah, this alliance is that we may have with the Aslan, and so the Aslan guy was just to find his second son during safari season, which means he could be under a lot of danger. Anyway, we were able to
Yes.
milk this deal for up to 850,000 credits, which is pretty good. So as much as I like whatever's happening with the rock thing, I think we should probably do this first. Maybe send out.
Well, as far as the Viridian goes, it's going to take a while for any organism to grow back anyway. So I don't think there's any pressing need.
Right.
No more pressing than someone's lost child in Safari.
Right.
Or
Yes.
Safari.
Their second son. It's definitely been mentioned multiple times. Whatever reason or significance that is, or should
Do
I
you
say
suppose-
significance, because it's the second son.
Do you
what-
suppose the second makes this particular son more important or less important?
No idea. You know who'd have an answer for that? Sue? You know who would have an idea?
Can I get the Greg? Thank you. All of a sudden,
Alexa
Sue.
showed up for a second.
Oh,
Sue pops up. You rang. Hello.
Did you say something?
You called me.
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
Sue, question. While you're here, so for the Aslan, do you happen to know offhand, is a second son more or less important than a first son?
Second sons are worth nothing, except they can cause trouble. Within Aslan culture, the first son inherits everything, all of land and properties, leaving all subsequent sons with nothing, which means subsequent sons have to prove their all of Aslan culture is around how much territory or property that you hold. If you are clanless and you have no property, then well, you're not worth anything. Not a lick. So, second sons and third sons go on ihate, which is a process of conquering lands that might be valuable to show honor and value for your clan and your family and your name. And if you fail, well, then you're not a very good son, are you? If you're
Severance,
not a good son, you must be punished.
do you suppose us rescuing the second son is the
Thank you, sir.
equivalent to him failing?
Who failing?
The second son.
Oh,
If we
yes,
rescue the
most
second
likely.
son, it's a complete failure. He's done a terrible job.
Yes, most likely, but that's besides the point. It's
Hmm.
850,000 credits. We need to repair the ship, and also,
No,
if,
I'm on board. I'm just curious.
and but that's probably likely. I mean, it's if they want to, they can do whatever they want.
Well, just
to-
whether or not he's going to fight us, and if we have to bring him back.
The
Likely.
Harlock, by the
Likely.
way, is correct. If it is known more publicly that the second son had to be rescued by non-Aslan, it would be a great dishonor to his name. So, I would not share that information. By the way, Severance,
Captain.
I wanted to have a brief conversation with you.
Oh, I'm the captain.
You see, you are now a father.
Okay.
You need to understand what it means to be a father. Spare
Why?
the rod and spoil the child.
My parents didn't do that with me, and I turned out just fine.
All right, you are dismissed, Sue. Thank you.
Yes. By the way, you
Oh,
should make sure that your child, Terica, murders something as quickly as possible in order to toughen them up.
I do stand with that, though. I think that's good advice.
Good. And Sue just dematerializes.
Yes, I'm curious.
Not a
is-
delay there.
Have the two of you had any conversation about this
No,
latest turn of relationship events?
no. Everything that's happened in the past 24 hours, I'm uncertain happened.
Sure, but is it something you think you'll do?
Maybe.
Interesting.
Likely.
Yeah, I'm just curious.
Do I want to? No. But I.
Do you feel any differently toward them now that
No.
you know? I mean, well, to be fair as well, it's not technically it wasn't you.
Right.
You know, it's just the body you're in.
Right.
But it's just, if I may say,
Yes.
as we all know, Terica doesn't exactly find the greatest pleasure and thrill at the current parents that they have. Maybe it's an opportunity for the both of you.
What are you trying to say?
I'm
For me
just
to
saying,
swoop
having
in and
some-
be a parent?
no, not not sort of the capital P parent, but maybe more of a weird
Why?
uncle.
Why?
Severance, I think it would do you some good to have some sort of connections.
Why?
Because no one's floating around out there all on their own most of the time. Besides, it helps us to grow. It helps us to feel connected. It people to bail us out of situations when things go wrong. Just think about it. Chew it around in your noggin. Again, not necessarily a parent, but a weird uncle.
I could do that anyway.
Well, I'm just saying now there's more reason to. There's some sort of, at least, genetic component involved.
Right. Maybe.
I'm just saying.
I'm just so very confused. What's with everyone trying to, like, Sue is trying to tell me to get them to kill something.
Well, that might be a little aggressive of a first move.
Right. I thought so as well.
You know, I mean, it may be something to ruminate on for later, but you know, it's as a general rule, it's not bad advice.
What are you talking about?
Well, getting your progeny to kill something. I mean, you know, we have a saying back in the Zani Empire where, you know, the baby or fly has got to learn to tear off its own victims' faces eventually.
What's that mean?
Well, the mother cannot always tear off the faces and feed them to the babies. Eventually, the babies have to grow up and learn to tear their own faces off.
Is this where you're from?
Yes. Well, I'll leave you just to think about it. But
Right.
you know, I think you'll do a good job. And then Harlock will clap him on the shoulder, and then kind of just go back
Right.
up.
Good talk. Wonderful. I'm going to make my way over toward wherever we would communicate, send something out of. Oh, we can't. That's not how this game works, because you need to travel. Right. I'm going to head towards the bridge.
So now, do both of you? Because this is the moment of the awkwardness. Do you both just like, okay, bye,
Make our way towards
great
the bridge.
talk, and then
Yes!
you both
Oh,
to
I'm
the
now
elevator
going to the
together?
bridge.
All right, we'll have fun.
Yeah.
I'll see you later. And then both.
Yeah,
kind
I
of
think
go
I
to the
peel
elevator
off
together.
toward like my quarters for a second, and then like maybe like look around the room like enough time has gone by, and then I make my way to the bridge. So maybe a beat or two after you getting there.
This means we have to find out what the other two have been doing while you were having this conversation.
Yeah.
The child who should probably murder something to toughen them up, and our doc. You all get in the elevator to sort of take some time away. Where do you all go?
The lab is where Val is headed.
Well, the lab, you mean your quarters, which is also where Evan is currently staying, because you have sold more tickets than you have crew quarters at the moment, which is fine. So when you get into your quarters, Evan is there, sort of reading a book and having a cup of tea, and is surprised to see you.
Oh, Evan, I do apologize. For throwing up, and thank you so much for cleaning it up. And also, I sincerely apologize for shooting you in the first place.
What?
I didn't intend to. I'm glad you're doing better.
Wait. You shot me?
That's not, we haven't figured that out yet. There was friendly fire. Terika's taking it upon themselves to accept blame for something that may or may not have. Heat of battle, good friend. May I have the room for just a few moments, and then I will allow you your respite.
Of course. And Evan, this is news to Evan. Evan, no one told Evan that he was shot by Terika. Evan was shot in the back and had no idea what happened. It was just like, I don't know what's... And so, Evan, a bit surprised.
Oh, I know.
Yeah. Takes his cup of tea and walks out to... This is a very small place, and kind of just sits in that one little, like, dinner gathering area in the back of the upper floor. Just
The
like
tea table area.
Yeah, the little two-table area, and just kind of like sits there, right? And so they're in the back, and you've got Wesley and Kareen with her knife up front. Yeah, and you two are in your room/lab.
I'd also like to establish something too, if I could, Trooper.
Please.
I want to make sure that if we're putting down a baseline for the relationship, since they've been staying together,
Yes.
Val and Evan, unless Evan really detests Val would really like Evan, because Yeah, I can see them. You know, this is Val's never had a roommate.
Yeah.
I wouldn't go so far as to say
Yeah.
that their relationship had become sibling-like,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
you know, this kind of shared living experience has never really been something that Val has had. So you know, he's actually thriving on it a bit because
Yeah.
he usually spends all of his time with Sue
Yeah.
through
Yeah.
the programming
Which is
phases.
very healthy.
Yeah, right. And so Evan is definitely
Is it?
somebody. Yeah, Evan is definitely somebody that you know, if there's again, I've been watching Star Trek Picard, which if
Yep.
season 3 is absolutely amazing, everybody. This is like his counselor Troy would be embodied in Evan in a bit, you know. So
And for the record, because now for the first bit of the time, Evan was sort of unconscious and being healed, and once Evan has got to the point of being healed, that's still where Evan is staying at the moment, at least. And Evan has very good manners, and is well. One thing about Evan that is interesting, at least for Val, is that Val knows a lot about different. Val reads. Val reads a lot about different places and cultures and spaces, and Evan has traveled quite a lot, and he also reads. And so I imagine that there'd be quite a lot of like conversations in the evening, also about how Jaeger's a little bit ridiculous, and and also. About different places, right? So just stories about food and places. Like kind of a, he's he's a trader, right? Of like he was, um, but he mostly did that to sort of see places, right, and sort of travel around and see uh, what the universe is like a little bit. And so he would like tell just stories of, and he dresses very fancy, but he is not from money. This is all the things that he has learned and studied and sort of built himself up to so that he could go and see all these things. I imagine that any place that you haven't been, he would tell you about. Any place that you've been that he hasn't been, he would ask about. Right. So it's that kind of a. Would you take off the Disney costumes because you've been dealing with like ridiculous passengers?
right.
Uh, you, you sit in the lab and then you just talk about things. And if you play cards, he would play cards with you.
Absolutely. So what I'm basically saying is I had no intention for Val to do this, but if that's the kind of the backstory that we're going with, as far as like, you know, during his healing time, during their travel, their hyperspace travel, where they're in between travel, jump travel, could he have used that time, even though I have no intention of pursuing this any further,
Sure.
having one segment of studying for steward? That seems like that would be right for the story. He's never going to get the point.
I believe I actually gave it to you. I actually
Did you
believe I
really?
already gave it to you. I did.
Okay.
I did. I said at the end of last season 1 that for that jump you're going to get a block of steward because of you had to actually
Perfect.
do it, and to yes, so already done, my friend. Make sure you put it in your
Nice.
sheet.
Look at us. Look at us. See how we okay. See how I don't pay attention and you're a step ahead. See how that works? Look at us like this. Anywho, yeah.
But I'm sorry, before I let you go back to it, I just need to I've just taken what you've said, because you've just told me some things, and I want everybody here to hear it. You have spending more time with Evan over this last week or so in Jump Space.
Oh, I did that deliberately, and I made sure to mention that I used to spend all my time with Sue.
Yes.
So you could
Yeah.
take that,
That's cool.
put that in your gears.
Yeah.
And whatever comes out,
Yeah.
I'm sure will be super fun for me.
Yeah. But I wouldn't worry about it, because Sue's just an AI. It's just a program. You know what I mean? It's just a computer. There's
Right.
nothing weird going on with Sue at all.
I have
And,
complete control over Sue.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's keep
I mean,
saying that.
when has a 3-lettered AI ever had problems before?
Yeah.
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 Yeah. And you totally programmed Sue to go and talk to Severance, right?
Absolutely. I'm sure. Well, it's well
Yeah.
within the parameters of conversational speech.
Sure.
And
Sure,
so, you know,
sure.
we're working on like humor and things like
Yeah,
that. And
yeah.
so, you know, general conversation and
Yeah.
yeah. So yeah, I'm
Oh.
sure the safeguards are all holding. It's all good. No
That's good.
problem, everybody.
Continue on.
Yeah. No problem.
As soon as they were alone, he would conveniently call up Sue. Sue,
Hello.
hey, Sue, I need you to seal the lab here. I don't want anybody listening in either via comms or interrupting us via unless it's an emergency relay.
Absolutely, Terica. And
Sue.
you see Sue kind of like walk to the door of the lab, which is Val's room, and at the moment Val and Evan's room, and sort of just like mesh into the door as if like just like he walks into the door and like becomes the door.
All right, we're okay. Sue will make
What
sure
did
that
you-
nobody listens.
What are you so worried about?
Not necessarily worried, Terica. It's
You literally locked down the room.
what we saw and what we experienced. To cut to the quick of everything, if Marymore, the prime, the first,
Yes.
if they did the things that we saw, these atrocities, these manipulations, these evolutions, these psionic experiments and doses, it could have passed on to their children.
I'm not that psionic, Val. I mean, the Harlock tested me.
Yes. But she didn't
And-
test you. I need to test you. Beyond psionics.
What are you testing for, Val?
I don't know. Abnormalities. Things that wouldn't go. Seeing things that wouldn't pop up. Something hidden. That's the way evolution works. It hides until it doesn't. I don't say this to warn you or scare you.
I'm not
say this-
scared anymore.
I know. I am.
I'll be okay.
Oh, I know you will.
Terica is going to take a step closer so that they can like look directly at Val. All right. Do your tests. You should know there's something with this brooch. I assume it has something along the same lines as your hand. I don't understand it all yet.
Severance's glasses, the hilt.
Yeah.
They're all loosely connected. I believe my hand in
Yeah.
the hilt more so.
Whenever I touch the gem, I can hear Severance. Or at least it happened once, and frankly, I have not tried again.
It's concerning.
I'm sure it's the gem. Val.
It reached out for somebody. You assume it was Severance that it was trying to reach out for.
Of course it was Severance. It's his clone.
It was the closest thing.
You think he'd
More-
try to reach out for me? What are you aiming at? Anything?
What was he doing? In these dreams, he was powering himself. He was using these children to elicit a response, to glean more power.
Yeah. I have a lot to... I don't think I'm responsible for what he did, but honestly, I do feel it's important to write that, you know? Somehow.
Oh, you are not responsible for the sins of your father. No one is. But we cannot protect ourselves from their ways and their desires. I fear that if there is something inside you, Terica, that is hidden, that is some type of evolutionary jump, that would be of great interest to Merrimore.
Better for us to know now then. If we know, then
We can protect against it. We can build
or use
defenses.
it. I'm not scared anymore, Val.
I know. I will search. I will. If it's there, I'll find it.
Will you test your hand too?
When there's time.
How do you know it's not connected?
Don't.
Then test it too, Val. You're
I have
just as
priorities.
important as protecting. You are important to protect too.
To who?
Me?
No. I'll take it up with my doctor.
Come on. Unless you're going to give me that title, that's not really fair now, is it?
Well, you did not go to medical school. At least I
No,
didn't
I
see
did-
you there.
Well, I didn't. So that's a neat dodge.
I learned from the best.
Not fair.
You're a hell of a pilot.
You're a hell
So
of a
you dodge.
doctor.
Then, if that is what you believe, of course, that's what I believe. I'll find it. Whatever it's there, if it's there, we will defend against it. And as you said, there's a way to use it the way if Merrimore intends to create some type of Frankensteinian bastardization of what's inside you, if something's inside you, perhaps we can find its true purpose.
Either way, it's mine.
It is.
Test yourself too. I'm not going to let this go, Val.
I'll test myself.
Thank you. While I've got you in such a generous mood, will you stop smoking too?
No. Not until we're done this. Not
I was ready
until,
to try.
well, I'll cut back.
Promise?
Sure.
Thank you. All right, so what do you need? Blood, a scan, a piece of hair?
Yes.
All of it? All right, then. Hurry, though. I need to get back to the ship. Gotta pilot
You-
it in.
His wrist hypo would spin and he would inject into Terica and draw out blood to start with. Take a little bit of hair with his scalpel on the end of the bandolier he has, and take everything he needs and set it to task. It's going to take a bit because, as Trooper always mentions, this is not a lab. This is his room with all of his equipment in it because he had to spend his money on things that were non-lab essentials because the ship was falling apart. So
It's true. At least it's flying without like breaking down, you know.
Hey,
that's
I
at
would
this point, a
never
lab
let the
would be nice.
gambler break. Like, never let the gambler break.
That said,
I would break.
to the ship, the Gambler. This is traffic control for Thebus Highport. Come in, Gambler.
Better get to the bridge.
I'll see you later. Terica will squeeze his shoulder and then head off to the bridge, if that's good with you.
It is about this moment. At this moment, we have, as you're coming out, the Harlock is heading right towards the bridge, a couple of paces right ahead. You can see the Harlock sort of stepping onto the bridge, and you can see Severance is peeling off towards his room. So at the moment, everyone is up on the main uh, deck of the Gambler, and there on the bridge, you have Wesley sort of sitting in the co-pilot seat, which is normally actually Val's seat, just sort of sitting there waiting in case something bad happens, right? And Kareen sitting at one of the gunner spot, just kind of sitting around, and Evan's in the back with the tables, like, having tea, and the comms have come to life, and there you all are, except for Severance in his room, right? And you have your passengers who are waiting to be on a planet, on a Highport. They're stuck in their rooms.
Terica will slide into the pilot seat beside Wesley, and they'll say, I need to handle this, but before you go down to your room, I would like to have a conversation with you.
Okay, so I want to apologize. I'm really sorry. I
What?
was ready to go. I know I was really gonna go. I didn't mean to. You have you've put a lot of trust in me, and I know that I've disappointed you already with the whole thing with the passengers and the Greaves and all of that. And so I do know that I'm on thin ice, and I know the captain said that any moment I could be, fired. And
What?
so
Who
I
said
just
that? I told you I would fight for you, Wesley, and I meant that.
Who said
right,
that?
but I mean, well, I have to. I have made everything clean down there with the Greaves and everything. So I just I hope I won't get fired yet. Because I have been working really hard to make sure the Greaves don't eat anything, and that's hard because they like to eat a lot of things. But and I know I messed up, and I just want to say, I hope I haven't messed up again with you, because I know that I was ready to go and turn on the weapons. I just thought I should make sure I got permission first, and I know that you told me to do it, and I didn't do it, but I was gonna do it. I wasn't. It wasn't like I wasn't. I was gonna not do it. I was. Wait. I said too many knots. I don't know. I was gonna do it. I just wanted to make sure I had I didn't.
Wesley, it worked out. It's fine. We're all still here and we're alive. That's the important part. Then we can just learn for next time, right? More importantly, Terica pulls out the sticks. I made a mistake too. I am so terribly sorry. I didn't know my own strength and it just snapped into. I absolutely did not mean to.
Oh,
You have my most sincere apologies.
you didn't go through my stuff, right?
No, no, Wesley, no. I wouldn't never.
Okay.
It was on the bedroll.
Right.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
It's
It's
very
okay.
beautiful. No, it's not.
No,
It doesn't
it's
have to
fine.
be.
No, but you're not mad at me, right? I mean, I don't. I know when somebody
No.
tells you to do something, you're supposed to do it, and I didn't do it, and I was. But I was. It's not that I don't. I don't want you to think I don't trust you or I don't respect you or I'm not going to follow your orders or anything like that. It's just I don't know if you've seen both the Harlock and uh, uh, Baron Severance. They're kind of scary. I mean, I like
sitting
them very much.
there. Look, it's getting like right back.
I mean, they are. Terica
didn't
looks
mean
at
that.
the Harlock.
Oh,
I
Wesley,
did.
you're not wrong. You just apologized too much. Carry on.
okay. I'm sorry.
Wesley, you're fine with me. Am I fine with you? You don't have
Yes.
to be.
No, it's okay. Things are very impermanent, you know?
Hmm. That's why we have to live in the here and the now.
Not me. I've got dreams, and
Yeah?
I'm gonna get them done. Someday.
I believe you.
If I don't get fired.
Well, isn't that the dream? Sorry,
And
very poor joke about death.
Also, I was referring to you as the captain, the Harlock, because Wesley makes sure that Severance is not there, so that then he can say that, and maybe and then maybe the Harlock will not be mad at him, but he wouldn't then say it if Severance was there.
I'm
Well,
sorry. What
Severance
did you
is-
say? I wasn't paying attention. I stopped listening a while ago.
Nothing. Just nothing, Captain.
Is anyone going to
Tarek is-
answer that?
Gonna turn back to the pilot
Oh.
place.
And then Wesley sees Severance, like, oh no. And
What?
then nothing. Oh, I'm gonna go down to the engines in case we need them. And Wesley
Right.
gets up and heads towards the elevator, just like, I don't know who heard me say what. And he gets in the elevator, heads back down.
Quick question.
Mhm.
Have we, in approaching the planet, have we cloaked or disguised ourselves as
No.
anything else, or are we still just the gambler?
Mm-mm.
For the
We're
gambler?
still the
You're still
gambler.
And you have a
Although to be
transponder that always broadcasts who you are, and it is
Right.
illegal to turn them off. Although it's
have-
We
okay
we
to
haven't
turn-
gotten one that broadcasts that we are someone else.
Mhm.
No.
Got it.
That's
Not
very
yet.
expensive
It
Yeah.
is,
And-
also
and we have-
illegal.
and also illegal. But
Legal!
we oh, that's a good point. We only
What
do
else
legal
is
things.
illegal?
We're privateers.
Privateersy.
No.
Illegal. I want off this boat.
Illegal. Oh,
Oh,
and I have no pearls to grasp.
my stars!
I'll grab
my
my pearls.
stars.
Heathens, what an
My
all.
word.
Even.
I'm more nervous than a long-tailed cat in a room full of rocking chairs.
Mhm.
Yeah, Harlock will press the button to answer
The call. This is the Thebus Highport Corporation. We are waiting to hear from the captain of the Gambler.
Harlock's sitting in the chair, but she'll look at Severance. Do you want to take it, or you want me to?
The Harlock? Captain the Harlock.
Presses the thing. Yes, what?
Welcome to Thebus. We are here to welcome you to our lovely
Yes, what?
planet and Highport. We have a
Thank
few
you.
regulations to share with you before you arrive. So, first off, Thebus is a wonderful planet, but more wonderful is the Thebus Highport. You, of course, are welcome, but we do have a few things to let you know, just for your awareness. You are
Real
obligated...
quick, is there a mute mic button on our end
Yes.
that'll let?
Absolutely.
So Harlock will hit the mute mic button, but we can still hear what they're saying, but they can't hear
Yes.
anything.
Yes. Yes.
This is going to go on forever. This is the worst part.
Mhm.
So, do we have
And they
any?
said your name, so you have to listen to it.
I am listening. I have 2
we
ears.
all have to listen to it. We're on the bridge.
Mhm. Speak for
2
yourself.
ears for 2 pieces of information.
That's not how that works.
Erica's just gonna continue piloting and shaking their head.
But yeah, so that's just what's going on. The
There's
voice.
going
will
to be some
continue.
commentary. Yeah, a little bit of commentary.
Ooh, do we start to make fun of it?
I imagine
Now-
every time, but
Now, of course, you can all make whatever choices you make, but a few things to note. We have a policy here at the Thebus Highport that is made for your safety and ours, and to comply with all legal regulations and ethics. And that is that
By the
if
way,
you
this
do
is
not...
run by GDCO. So just so you're all aware, obviously. You couldn't tell.
I could immediately as soon as it came up.
Mhm.
I could feel my skin
The
crawling.
director is known as Director Lamb, by the way. So if you ever need to name drop.
Oh, and the Aslan absolutely hate him. There was a whole thing where they played politics with him and us.
Oh, well, I can see that I empathize with them already.
Mhm.
Now, this regulation is really nothing to be concerned about, however it is so. There is really nothing of note on the planet Thebus itself, so we imagine that you will be docking at the Highport. When
So
you
we
dock at
obviously
the
want to go
Highport-
to the planet.
Why do they always say there's nothing of interest on
Don't
the
look
planet?
over here. Well,
Every
Davis.
time.
Because that's where all the little people are that they exploit.
Well, they also don't want the safari to continue.
Now, as you dock in the Theban Highport, you will be obligated to refuel here, of course. Now, you will be doing,
Price
of course,
gouging.
A safety check of your ship, of course, will take no time with a very, very small fee. Now, I will note
A
that
safety
if you,
check of the ship? They're not touching the gambler.
For a
if you-
small fee.
If you choose to land your ship on the planet, that is, of course, your choice. However, then you will be barred from ever landing at the Highport, which I'm sure is not something that you would care about. However, please note if you do wish to take a safari on the planet's surface, which many, many visitors to the Theban Highport are happy to do, we have a regular shuttle service that will take you down to the starport town. Now, please note, while you may, if you
Don't
wish,
take me another drink, by
decide
the way.
What if it
To
is better than last
stay-
time?
to stay on your ship, that is of course your prerogative. However, we at the Thebus Highport have the most luxury hotels on the Highport you can find anywhere in the Trojan Reaches on the old Sandalian main. Why would you want to stay in your old ship when you could stay in one of our luxury hotels? Please, when you arrive and refuel, we would encourage you to see all that the Highport has to offer. We have, at the moment, a number of wonderful nightclubs. Luxury. This is going to go on for a while.
Yeah, so the Harlock is gonna unhit the mute button. Yes, so we appreciate this wonderful brochure of all of the everythings you possibly have to offer. We cannot wait to check every single thing out. In the meantime, what is it that you need from us to immediately, so of course we can enjoy all of your benefits much sooner, Doc? Now, please.
Yes. Nothing much, but we are just waiting to let you know that we will have you in Slip 4 over in Dock 7.
Wonderful. Perfect.
But we just want to let you know there is one small thing that we are obligated to tell you, and it's about arms and armament. Of course, on the Highport for safety's purposes, you cannot be having arms and armament. However, we do understand that many people who come to Thebus are interested in safari, and if you are here for safari, you of course may have a special permission, a special file for a small fee to take whatever sorts of arms and armament you might want to go down onto the planet itself. We understand that safari tourism is very important, and I have been told to let you know as an incoming ship that the Theban lion is one of the most dangerous lions in all of the universe, in all of
Yes,
charted
so
space.
Theban lions. Yes, we love those. What is there any way we can fill out the forms for safaring, of course, for our
Of course.
before gate landing? Can we do that? So
We will send them over to you electronically. Please note, Thebus, the planet's surface, is dangerous and exciting. And the lions are also the most fearsome predators you will ever find. And if you choose to go on safari, we can recommend a number of approved guides who will help you.
Wonderful.
Find your
Well,
way.
we will get back to that information presently. We will. I don't have a pen on me right now, so I
yes,
can't
yes.
write it down.
One more
but,
thing.
We will get that right from you. Yes.
One more thing. If you don't mind, we'll be sending over your packets with all the possible forms that you might want to have for extras, as well as docking fees and all of that. But I just would like
Yes.
to point out, we're also going to be sending over a 5-credit discount on champagne that is redeemable in any of our Theban Highport Corporation casinos.
Wow, you're generous as can be. Well, thank you so much. We'll see you
You're
soon.
welcome.
And turns off the thing.
Oh, finally.
Oh
Peace
my
and
God.
quiet.
This is awful. We're gonna have to pay all
I
these
hate
permits.
GDCO.
Oh. This is
Right.
If the
What do you
discount's 5 credits, how much is a champagne?
Exactly.
55.
Slip 7, slip 7, slip 4. What'd they say?
4.
4 on
Four.
7.
Yes.
Uh,
Oh my
Ter-
God! Theban lions have made their way onto the bridge. Oh no! Jack, dangerous.
So, you are going to be approaching the high port, right? And as you're flying, it takes a couple of hours, right, to sort of get there in general. You've been flying for a bit, and as you're approaching the high port, you see before you this sort of large planet, and each one of you, as before with Marduk, you get sort of sent in your little electronic guide right to Thebus. And Thebus as a planet is, of course, on the Sindalian main. Let me bring us over there so that you all can see it. Let me get you here. Right, so there you are here. I can zoom in for our audience a little bit. There you are on Thebus, which is right by Noricum, which was the old capital of the Sindalian Empire. So the planet Thebus was right next to the old Sindalian capital, and you can tell it's upon the old Sindalian main, and it is actually a very important planet because it's the main two uh, 2 parsec jump, right? So if you're coming along this route, people usually come through Thebus. Uh, that's normally where people go. And your guide lets you know things like Thebus, great historical planet within the old Sindalian Empire, now has a population of about 8,000 people, uh, and a planetary government that is robust and very much proud uh, to proud to allow the Theban Highport Corporation to operate the Highport. There is really not much, according to this guide, of interest besides an 8,000 person
You're right.
town that is the entire government and population of Thebus. But really, the guide's like, who cares about that? But really, the Theban Highport Corporation, you've got like images, like little 3D images of like casinos, of bands, of the Green Man group, of like a whole entire thing, and you see like people like smiling and images of people with like guns and like a carcass of a Theban lion. You've got it is selling you a Vegas, like a high-end Vegas. And while they do mention the planet a little bit, it is mostly like okay, go there on safari, that's fine. But really, up here, and the copy about the planet itself feels because I know Val's reading it as well, and for Severance, those two especially, it feels very Crash Jonesy in its exciting description, right? It's like, ooh, if you go down to the planet, but you might not want to because it's dangerous, marvel at the mutated animals and the dangerous radiation pockets, the springs, and like it's this very sort of like, oh, and you can see like people who look like they're in safari outfits, but both the Harlock and also Cherka would know this. They seem like the kind of safari outfits that people who have insane amounts of money would buy to look like they're trying to rough it, but it's not particularly rough, and they're there like smiling in front of like a waterfall with guns, and it's this whole like when you're on a cruise, if you want to, you can go on excursion, but really, don't you care about the cruise ship? It is all of that, is what it is. And all of the documentation, nowhere does is GD Co. at all mentioned in this documentation. It's all something called the Theban Highport Corporation, which, if you look for it, it'll mention that the port was itself built by GD Co., but sold to this brand new company that represents the interests of Thebus. That's why it's called the Theban Highport Corporation, and that they are great partners, and they are here to sort of keep everything pristine. And also, you should probably go to like, if you would like to rent places, we are here for all. And and if you notice also, and especially I think Terrica would notice, actually all of you would because you've all been around, they are clearly selling themselves not to you because you are a small ship. They're clearly, like, when you look at what they talk about how they can actually, they have the facilities for capital class pleasure ships. They are the kind of place, the biggest, most disgusting giant cruise ships. That's what they've got docks for. Like, they've got the biggest, like, do they have space for like small ships like yourself? Sure. But they are clearly aiming for the biggest, most decadent capital pleasure ships, which also, side note, would also be able to hold Imperial naval ships if those ships did want to dock.
So their target market may or may not be Imperial naval
A bunch
ships.
of Imperial swingers.
Yes.
Woo!
As a matter
right.
of fact, there might be lots of Imperial naval ships that might come through here on patrol for drinking. And there's a lot of discussion about how much alcohol there is and how great it is. It is clearly a space for spring break for Paris Hilton, and also like
Okay.
Imperial spring break. What is that? Like,
yeah, yeah,
A lot. And Val means a lot of farmer stands.
yes, yes. I'm gonna need a roll from my pilot if you don't mind.
Excellent. I would be
If
very
some time has
pleased.
passed too, Trooper, Val could come up and assist if that's what
Absolutely.
we need here. So
Yes,
Because
please.
you have absolutely time. Can I get the assist roll from our piloting, please? From Val.
yep. Yeah, not great.
8.
8.
+1 to that roll. Can I get a piloting from you?
Sweet.
Oh, well. So I would like you to describe how you land, but I need to note this is an extraordinary success. You have a critical success here. And as you sort of come into this space, you have got there is there are a number of very, very large trading ships, like big bulk trading ships here. There are a number of large pleasure ships. Almost all of them are Imperial in design. There are no Aslan ships that are currently docked here at all that you can see from where you're coming in. Aslan ships have their own sort of shape to them. And you don't see any kind of Aslan style ships here. You mostly see Imperial ships here. There are a couple of ships that seem sort of more Trojan Reachy, but although, let's be fair, many Trojan Reach places also buy Imperial ships. That's what they can often get access to. But there's some kind of local things, but generally you get a lot of Imperial ships here that are at the moment sort of docked in these huge, huge berths, and you're being sort of directed towards a wing that is made for sort of like free traders and smaller ships. And as you're coming in, you can see a lack of corsairs, right? There are high ports that will have starfighters. Do you know what I mean? For lack of a better word, that like if there's a problem, they could come out and like do like a dogfight, or if you're going to attack the planet, they could go and defend the planet with their fighter ships. And you do not see any of those fighter patrol ships whatsoever. You do see lots of lasers and particle beam weapons on the high port itself in case you were to attack it. But similar to Marduk, it does not really seem like they care at all what happens to that planet, and their goal is to protect their very, very expensive high port station. They also seem very invested in making sure you spend a lot of money up there. And how do I put this? There are things that people need for their ship: repairs, fuel, all sorts of things that you need. And you can usually trade, like if you want to pick up passengers, or trade if you have passengers to drop off at this place, you'd have to go to the high port. And they say that if you do not dock at the high port and pay all of their docking fees, and you go directly, like, because if you wanted to, you could just go and fly down to Thebus and just stay there if you wanted to, I suppose. If you do, you can never go back to that high port ever, which means, and you can take their probably overpriced shuttle down to Thebus if you wanted to, and that's how they would recommend it. But it is very clear to you, they've got it set up that if you want to be able to use this planet, which is one of the major links between the what would you call it? The spinward side, right, of charted space and the rimward side of charted space, you're gonna not want to burn your bridges with this probably overpriced place, and you're probably going to want to dock there. You don't have to, but if you don't, they won't let you come back.
You know, little things.
Little things. but I would like you to describe how you make your way through a sea of massive ships to dock expertly.
So I think historically we've always seen that. Well, I know historically we've always seen that when Terica gets behind the wheel, they're very calm and like they just seem like more in possession of themselves, right? And I think the difference here is that when they came on the bridge, there was more of that air. They didn't need to sit down in the chair and start to pilot. But when they do sit down, it's almost this sort of like Han Solo effect of their pilot now. So now it's not just like, I'm relaxed, this is my element. Now it's like, this is who I am, just like. And when they're like going in, they're definitely getting maybe a little close to the ships, but not like it's nothing that they could get in trouble for, but certainly closer than they should have been. And anyone who's watching them pilot can tell that this is sort of their intentional, just like, here we go. I'm being me in this moment. And
you're taking space.
Yeah. They're not bowing before any of the other Imperial ships. They give zero fucks about any of the high class ships, although they're very careful to give lots of berth around like the lower class ships, the smaller ships. And when they dock, it's a nice, neat dock connecting right in. And then as soon as they're done, they just like hop up and start to do the things they need to do to set up refueling.
Evan's voice comes over the comms, clearly not directed to you, but to your passengers. This is your steward, and I just want to say that we have arrived on Thebus. Once we have finished our docking procedures, you will be free to make your way onto the Highport. We will be leaving in 7 days. Make sure you're back in time. And I, of course, will give you as many tips as you might need and escort you off if necessary. And like that little sort of like goes out, and you get the, and this is that moment when all the like there's paperwork that comes in to sort of register, and at this moment there are things that you know happen. You know, for example, that the spaceport is going to be checking your transponder just to see who's on board, what you have in your cargo hold officially, right? Who's your passenger management manifest, who's coming in and out, what your like. There's all that information. Also, one of the big things that happens when you come to Starport, and this is really what they're checking. It's really what they're checking. Do you have a mortgage on your ship? Because if you do, it's in your transponder. And if you are late on your mortgage payments, that information is all going to be noted. And you don't have a mortgage because the king is lending you this ship, so you're fine. But if you were in your other lives, this is that moment that if you were, you might think, oh, I'm a pirate. No. If you haven't paid your mortgage, the debt collectors are going to be here waiting for you. This is this moment, and this is really where they would be. But you don't have to worry about that, but you know, right, that all of this is happening. And forms come in. They want to ask if you would like to have any special kind of weapons forms to take. And you get the sense that you could probably take a bazooka. You could take kinds of weapons that you're not really normally allowed to take anywhere.
As long as they're registered.
Yeah. As long as they're registered, they will let you take whatever you want down on that planet to do whatever you want there.
Yes, hunting with a bazooka.
Yeah, that's fair game. I mean, Terica would definitely register their rapier.
Yeah, Harlock would. The Harlock would register the new sword as well as her favorite gun.
See, they're wanting like big things. Like you can tell when you're like when you all start registering things like pistols and rapiers. They're like, we have a special if you would like to take in some sort of machine gun. Like they're like, and like you could like they start listing things. You're like, tear gas, like what? Like they've got all sorts of. They're ready to charge you large fees to take in very dangerous, awful weapons that you probably should not be walking around with. But if you wanted to, if you did, they're here for you at the Thebus Highport Corporation.
What about drugs?
You know, Anything is possible. They're not going to look. You just have to pay them money, and they're fine.
All right,
They
well,
have
I
very
probably
tight security.
I would probably read that and not register the drugs.
Now, I will note that there is going to be somebody to do their inspection, because there's always an inspection for customs and duties. And you've got this these officials who come in, and I'm going to ask before I
We
say
still have
anything.
illegal stuff, right?
Yes, we do.
You do.
We have
We have it
4
secreted away
tons.
now. Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
sure
hidden.
it'll be fine.
But-
The super psionic drugs are secreted away. The other stuff is in the middle of our ore, so it should be okay.
It looks, yeah.
It doesn't sound like they're doing incredibly thorough checks.
I'm going
Also,
to
I'd
ask
like
you,
to-
because here's the thing: if they are thorough, you do not have a smuggler's compartment on this ship, which you could build into it, but you do not currently. Which means if they are very thorough, they could find it, and you'll all be in big trouble. And I want to know when the security comes in: do you shoot them? Do you attack them when they're gonna, when they? I just want to know.
No.
I just feel like this is Trooper going trouble.
Well, yeah.
How quickly would you like to get into a fight?
Trooper, what's the feeling that we get? And this can be a role. I'm sure Severance has the ability to do this. That if the inspector came on board, how can we get them to do the Grandpa Simpson? Walk in, take the hat off, turn around, pick up the hat, and walk right back out.
I was gonna say,
There's got to be an amount for that.
Right, get a sense of
About
hello,
850,000
hello,
credits.
guard friend, shake the hand, slip some money over.
Yeah, that would be steward, is what that would be, or
Evan!
streetwise. What are the other?
Evan!
Or streetwise.
Evan, come down
social?
here. Oh wait,
Wait,
Streetwise I have.
Actually,
I
there are a
have
lot of choices
streetwise.
here. I'm sorry, I was wrong about steward. I was wrong. It was not steward. It was.
I was gonna say, wow, that's
merchant.
I also have diplomat.
Right. It's you've got many different ways to decide.
Professional
about-
street chemist.
That's a different role.
I have Streetwise and I also have Persuade.
I
But
have
this is to suss people out, right? This is a
How about
suss out.
Streetwise?
I have
Streetwise?
diplomat.
Diplomat
Because I feel
also
like
works.
this is a Streetwise kind of situation.
Yes,
Mhm.
this is a streetwise
Do it.
situation.
Do it.
Give it to me.
Trooper, before I forget, can I interject something for the community real quick?
Please. Please.
Of course, I know several people in cast here are excellent at the old music thing. If there's anybody out there, I think if anybody's been on a cruise ship before, anytime that somebody comes on, hey, there's a new buffet at the Lido deck. There's
Yes,
some
there
type of
is.
bumper that
Mhm.
comes in, like the boom,
Yes.
boom, boom, or something like that.
yeah.
I think Evan needs one of those. Now,
Yeah.
I
yes.
am tone deaf. I can't make any of those, but
Oh, I can.
if somebody in the community or Trooper would like to make a
Or
bumper
community.
for Evan, I think that Evan needs a bumper because of
I
that
would love that.
wonderful.
Remember,
we
he's a
just-
wolf
I mean,
guy.
Yes.
Right. That's it's
Yeah,
like
that
it's
helps.
something like Warren Zevon-esque. I don't know.
Yes. Yes.
Ow.
Can I get that streetwise from
Yes.
the Harlock?
Sorry, I was so into it. 10.
Okay, I'm going to tell you two things. When they walk in, because they
I
do,
don't care.
they're going
What's
to
your
come and
streetwise?
check out your
Mhm.
stuff.
Never mind. Hold on. I can look.
It does not take you much time to realize you do not even need to bribe them. They are here to do the job
Leave.
and leave. And they really do just walk in, go like, oh, and they just walk back out. Like, it is very clear to you. It takes less than 5 minutes.
They walk in
for them
there,
to be-
do the checklist, and leave. Yeah.
I am imagining them walk in. We're all kind of prepared, ready, to do the stuff. And come in, are like, yes, hello, and they come in and just kind of walk past, look
Mhm.
around, walk back out. Oh, yeah, okay, all right, yes, very good, very good.
But I'm going to keep that streetwise roll for the next part of this.
Yes.
So, you all need to leave the ship, right? Check things out.
Correct. We don't need to, right?
Now,
There's something I need to do. Yeah, I'll
your
leave this.
passengers are going to definitely leave the ship. And now you
Yeah, they
also
gotta-
might want to do some trade and all that. So you've got things to do, especially if you want to ask around or get a shuttle down to sort of try to find this person. But I need to tell you something about this. It took 5 minutes for that security check, which could take a very long time. It takes you 2 hours to go from your ship's area into the main high port. It's the Harlock. That is an unreasonably long amount of time to wait. There's no reason why any of your paperwork or any of this stuff should take that long. But all the while you're waiting outside of your ship to get through all this stuff, there are ads for hotels the entire time.
Of course there are.
And you can hear you've got your good safari friend being like, well, this is taking quite some time to do this, isn't it? Do you think it might be worth it to just get a room at one of these hotels rather than staying in this ship? I suppose I should. I suppose I should do. But no, we're going to go on
mid-reel
safari.
break.
Like a wonderful thing for you to do. You should do that.
Yes. Now, when are we going to go on safari?
Well, Doctor, you seem to be very good friends with our guest here. Why don't you go over the details? I think we'll find a plan.
Should we leave tomorrow morning? I will book shuttle tickets for all of us. And how many tickets do I need? Oh, and by the way, I have brought one of the best lion hunting blunderbusses one can get. I made sure I paid the extra fee for that one.
Good thinking.
It's quite dangerous. Yes. Yes, I mean, if I'm going to have to wait this long to get in and off the ship, I'm just going to get a hotel room. And I did get actually an advertisement for a number of one that are very, very good. Will you all be staying in the same hotel room with me?
No.
Are you sure?
It's important that we watch over the ship.
Oh,
To keep all of our including your things, safe and away from prying
yes.
hands.
Yes.
For you
Well,
specifically.
Diego, why don't you go landside and give us 24 hours? I think it'd be prudent for us to suss out and get the lay of the land, see who the really good guides are. You know, there'll be a lot of false advertising closer to the docks. We'll have to get into the city proper to hear the true cream of the crop.
That's a good
Give us some
idea.
time.
Yes.
You hear what
So-
you hear, and we'll compare notes.
All right, so I'm going to go down. So you want me to go down first and find a good guide, and then you'll come and join me for the
Well,
safari?
no.
I
You
think
go to
I believe between us, Harlock and Lookerville, we could probably suss out good guys. Hmm?
Well, you go to the hotel, and we'll
Oh, yeah.
begin our search. You search at the hotel, and then in a day's time, we have 7. I believe that the average safari in Thebus takes 3 days, and I think that we could even squeeze in a 4th day.
I'm looking forward to having a Theban. Oh, I still have enough space. With the sort of room that I booked, I should have enough cargo space that comes with it to store a Theban lion's head.
Of course,
Excellent. Good, jolly good.
Evan has already informed me that you've reached platinum star status for our club,
Oh.
so you
Oh,
should
good.
be.
I'm looking forward to leaving a very good review for this place. And he just like smacks the doc on the shoulder. Yes, well, I'll tell you what, I'll not be going through this sort of check more than once. I'll be staying my entire time on this the hotel. By the way, I don't know if you know this. It's themed. It's actually
So I've heard.
Yes, it's all waterfalls. And like for your streetwise, they are very clearly slow rolling the process of entry and outry
Right.
to the space so that nobody wants to. Because here's the thing: those big pleasure ships have really nice quarters, and so you could just stay on them. Except that every time you wanted to get off, it would take 2 hours. So it's a little bit of a racket.
No.
Here I am
Yeah.
shocked.
I for
know.
one.
Somewhere the general manager of the Atlantis down in the Caribbean is sweating because this is their entire business model.
Exactly right. And when you sort of finally make it through an artificially long disembarking process, and you know with the very and like they've like hooked up the fuel lines, everything's all ready to go, and you sort of move into this this Highport station. This Highport station is massive, and when you come out, it is. If Marduk was sort of like a cheap place with a sad sort of I mean, a little bit lower of excitement there, because why would you go to Marduk if you could go to Ogma? This place is the perfect kind of Vegas where it looks really expensive, but you know it's tacky. It's that kind of a thing where it's all too much, and there's like fountains that
Daytona,
go.
Florida.
Yeah, yeah, it's good times, and it is when you come make your way through. It is loud. There are so many people here, and many of them are drunk. And they are singing imperial naval songs, and that there are immediately people wanting to like hire me, I'm the best guide. No, I'm the best guide. And you can see that there are more, like you're like, because you went to the smaller spot, you're actually not that far away from the shuttle bay that will take you down to the planet surface, and you've got people there who are guides, and they're and like the vibe you get is they want you to think that you do not want to get guides on the surface, but really you want them because they are way better than whatever trash guides you'd get down on the surface. And there's a lot of that. There are people who want to pick up your bags for you. There are a lot of hotel representatives who really want to help you to their hotel casino. And of course, down over there is the trading center where you can go and do trade, get passengers, buy and sell goods. Right? There's always a trading wing there as well. But there's a lot of entertainment, and there is a lot of drunk people who are very excited right now. It is probably like 10 in the morning, or well, you know what? There is no time. Any time is margarita time on a space station, really.
That's my kind of station.
I think on our way as we're like headed through all of that to get into there, Terica would have sent a message to Wesley that simply says, "When the Lionhead arrives, please ensure that it is packed neatly and does not harm the gambler. Thank you very much, Terica."
Terica, are you sending a message to Wesley?
Yes.
Oh, will you add in there? Tell him to make sure that the head stays away from the greaves. They'll eat it.
Yes, absolutely. P.S. Please ensure the head stays away from the greaves.
Are you talking about the lion head?
Yes,
Yes.
whenever it happens.
I need a luck roll from everyone.
Oh no.
That's 2d6.
This is so we don't
right?
get our pockets picked, right?
No, it's worse than that, actually. It's much
I
worse.
will.
Oh no.
Love
7,
that. Is how I roll?
7,
Yes.
Mhm.
8.
I'm gonna
Number
because
buddies.
Terica is lucky.
Uh-huh.
I'm gonna add 3 to that.
Uh-huh. So if you add 3 to that, that means the person who's currently losing the luck roll is the Harlock.
Well, then I'll add some to. I'll add. Let's see. I'm at 7. I'll add.
He's taking our
2.
luck. What do you understand what's going on?
No, I'll add.
Against
Here,
each other.
I'll add 1. That puts me even to the doctor.
That means everyone but Severance, then, in this case, is going to have to deal with what's coming right about now.
Lucky me.
Oh, fine. You know what? Forget it. I'm not going to use my luck. I'll stay the lowest. Bring it on.
It has already been brought. As you make your way into this grand boulevard of very, very weird neoclassical neon and etc. No. Oh, no. It is not a pickpocket. No.
What is it?
Striding towards you,
Oh, is it
there is a
Angeles?
figure.
I really want to spend my luck now.
A figure that has got slicked back hair. It is shiny in the light, this hair. And like a very small, very thin little mustache. And like the most exquisite eyeliner. And
You can say
the
eyebrows.
the eyebrows are also very good. But the eyeliner is amazing. The eyeshadow is like, it's very well done. And like this sort of like, it's like a long sort of robe that hugs their figure perfectly. And they have got this stride to them, and they are carrying, of course, roses. And this figure strides forward and walks up to you, the Harlock. and
Right. Yeah,
says,
this is worse than pickpockets.
"Oh, it is.
I cannot tell you how many times I've run into this.
Oh,
Uh-huh.
yes.
Every time, every place. Oh, what?
You.
He looks
I
at the
can
others.
tell that you must be the captain of this ship.
Well, it's kind of a split thing. But...
Yes, I am Fernando.
Go on.
Fernando Jones. And I'm here to sell you roses and to take you to dinner. For 150 credits, of course. Please, let me take you to dinner. I am one of the best dancers here. If you spend 500 credits, I can give you the most exquisite evening here on the Thebus Highport. Whatever you might be interested in, I can take you there. And please, let me assure you, no one has ever complained about spending an evening with Fernando.
With all due respect,
How can you say no?
with all due respect, because all of this, there, I imagine the thought bubble above Fernando's head, lots of dancing, very fancy restaurant, etc., etc. And then when talking about things that are fun, thought bubble that goes up over the Harlock's head, sneaking up behind people, slitting their throats, stuff like that. With all due respect, Fernando, I don't quite think you could. Fernando, I don't quite think that you have the offerings that would be of interest to me.
I have all of the offerings.
Fernando.
Yes.
Fernando.
Thank you.
How many weapons do you have on you currently?
Are you interested in weapons?
Well, that depends.
If you like weapons, then I have weapons. Would you like a rose?
Well, how many? You're bouncing. How many weapons do you have on you?
If you like weapons, I may have 3 exquisite knives.
On you currently?
Yes.
Well, like what kind? How exquisite?
And Fernando, they lean down and they pull up their robe so you can see these highly polished boots. And they pull up their robe just a little bit further so you can see, it's maybe a little bit further than they need to. You can see their calf. It's a very strong calf, as a matter of fact. And they reach into their boot and they pull out this very long, thin sort of dagger that is really well oiled, and it's in a very sort of nice sheath. And it is the same kind of luxuriousness of all of Fernando. And they sort of unsheath it.
What a well way to put it. Oh, well, that's strangely well oiled for having been in your boot.
If you wish, I could take you to the knife throwing cafe. It's dinner, dancing, and knife throwing.
I'm interested.
Dinner, dancing, and knife throwing.
Not about the other shit. There's the knife throwing part.
Yes, that's kind of what catches my interest too.
Well, for both of you, I can make a deal. 800.
I'm not interested. I'm not interested in this shit. I'm just interested in some information. Do you have any idea if there is any sort of competitive sport around here in the form of knife throwing, or maybe even hand-to-hand combat or dueling?
Yes.
Of course.
I'll pay you for your information.
Yes.
It has to be true information.
Yes. Are we going?
We'll
to
know
be
instantaneously.
An evening, Rose.
Smack the rose.
And they look at the Harlock to see whether the Harlock's going to purchase an evening.
And the Harlock just like straight up just turns away and turns towards Severance. I don't think this individual has any information.
They may have information.
I think
may not be
I think they're
true.
filled with oil and roses and very well formed calves, but nothing of use to us.
I'll be the judge of that. So what do you say, Fernando?
$200 credits.
I don't care about the money. I care about the information first.
If I give you information first, then you won't need to give me any money.
But if I know that you're lying, then I will not give you the money.
You can't know if I'm lying. I will escort
I
you
can.
places.
I've been reading you this entire time.
He's a very good reader.
200 credits transferred over to me, and I will take you wherever you wish to go. On the
Hey, well,
Highport
this has been a
station.
great conversation. Thank you, Fernando. Let's move.
You want fighting? And also,
No, thank you.
Fernando.
No, thank you. As I leave.
It was a very nice try.
Oh,
It was. I think you almost had him.
You almost had her too.
Well,
You had me at your calf. What?
and then Fernando sees another captain walk off another ship and goes, "Excuse me," and like
Yes.
rushes off with this bouquet of roses to this other captain.
I'm disappointed. I thought there would be. I thought at least one of the roses would have a dagger that pops out of it or something like that.
I think that's the thorn.
Well, maybe next time. He's full of shit.
It's full of something.
And there are many offers. And because you lost that luck roll, please note the Harlock. You will get many of them. You are very exciting to people. And as you're here, people are going to want to sell you some tchotchkes. Lots of
Bought an
things.
apron that says I'm the captain.
This is the equivalent of the perfume counter of smut.
Yes.
You're getting
Yes.
sprayed as you walk through.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Try
Everyone is very
Fernando.
excited about the new captain. Yes. Like,
Yeah.
you cannot
Captain
go too far
Pheromone.
without... Yeah. People want to sell you all of the things. And you are very shiny to people right now. And you're the captain on the record, and everybody wants to sell you things all the time. Yeah.
Yay!
Yeah.
Who would do such a thing?
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Who would put you as captain on paper?
You know, I will say though, luckily it is the Harlock doing this instead of Rocket because Rocket loves tchotchkes.
Yeah.
We would be there for a long time.
You have a latex salesman who's gone off to go and do some trade, right? So you've got the Highport that's open for you. You've got bars, casinos, restaurants, nightclubs. There's also, if you're interested, a water park here up
Ooh.
in the Highport.
Just
Like you
dueling in a water
name it,
park.
you have it.
You know, latex is water city.
Skip right across it.
You do need to find the safari and
Mhm.
the second son.
Matthias was one hell of a duelist, from what I understand. So if we find someone maybe who is in with any sort of competitive melee, then there is a good chance that they will know of Matthias. And if
Oh,
they
you
do, then they
mean-
may.
Like Fernando?
What?
He had an idea of somewhere that might have
Oh,
this
he
sort
did,
of
yes,
thing.
but he wouldn't give me the information.
Well, yes, you had to pay him. That's how that
I'm
works.
not going to pay. I'm not going to pay someone who's going to lie to my face.
Someone
Let's
has
see if we can
issues.
find.
The only way to get this information and not pay for it is to find somebody else who already has paid for it, and they are drunk enough to share it with us. So, a drink.
Thank you. A drink. Very well.
Drink.
Also,
And 3 days later.
also, while this is going on, because while this is going on and this conversation is happening, can I roll for us? Let's go with a
Tell me.
Claire.
Claire's.
One of the Claires, yeah.
Planet Claire by the B-52s. Great song.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. That's the one.
Baby's first year piercing, Claire's.
But just to see if
Claire
from
Breakfast
this
Club?
space, I can get a sense of the layout of everything to where what I'm looking for is a place in which secretive duels and combats and such would be held, like on repeat.
That is, what are you clearing? I feel like you've got
'Cause it's,
vision.
Yeah.
That's a hard thing to get, like, psionically.
Well, I was thinking initially. I was thinking with the layout, there probably would be places that would have the space for that, but be a little more obscured, not like out on the main square, and have a good like fight layout, like not like back alley fights, but a place where people would actually go to like bet on things like this.
So, this is going to be. Looks like you're dealing with sense, probably, is what this looks like.
I think so. Yeah, because and he brings up clairvoyance, but clairvoyance is specifically to see, and it's more of like a spatial awareness.
Yes, that's right. The basic power to sense things at some point in the distance. The traveler will become aware of the most rudimentary characteristics of a location when applying this ability. But you're not. But this is a massive space. This would take ages to do this. You could do it, but
what about...
you'll have to spend quite a lot of time doing it. Like, you can still do it. It'll just be like you'll tuck yourself out is what's going to happen, and then we'll probably do a couple of redos, as it were, because this is massive.
You're
it's
right.
like wanting to do this for like all of Vegas.
Okay. What about once we get... Okay, so what I might do instead is once we get to a bar... Gang, are we going to a seedy bar? I'm assuming we're going to a seedy bar.
I mean, I think that we want to go to something kind of middle class, actually, because, sorry, I just got down blowing my nose. I think we want to go to something a little middle class, though, because he is the second son, so I don't know that he would necessarily be going to seedy bars. So we want to find the people that he was hanging out with at these tournaments. I think we have to go to the bars that he would have hung out at, because that's where people will be.
Right, and mid-class bars would be the place that they still needed the information for safaris. All the upper-class places would already have had it and booked and all that good stuff.
Now we'll ask you the next question, and that is, these places, all of these starports, right, are sort of broken down into wings. Like, you've got the wings for like local ships that are mostly like in company, right? You've got the shuttle bay area. You've got the area for like massive, like you've got the wings for massive ships, and you've got the wings for small ships. And each of these places, right, has got their own stuff. There are bars in all of these wings. You've got like a big central space with all sorts of stuff where you can get trading and all that. But you could go to which bars do you want to go to, right? You could go to bars in the wings that are catering towards massive capital ships or smaller ships. Which
I feel like if we go to one, we might have more luck if we go to one, and this is open for everybody. We might have more luck if we go to one that caters more towards the massive ships, because there would be more people who don't know what's there, who are looking for all sorts of stuff to do.
Or locals, right? Local employees, etc.
What was the size of the second son ship? Was it a massive ship? Because we would have known that information based on the name of the ship and the info, right?
Well, they didn't give you their class. He just said that he gave him a trading ship to go and make his way, and to have get a crew and all that, and some crates of guns. You'd have to guess. I would like from you all, I want a roll that would help me have you sort of try to figure out what you think would be the right kind of ship. And what you pick will depend on who you are and what you want to choose. There are different ways to sort of figure out, because you can think about trading ships, you can think about like businessy sorts of things. It could be culture sorts of things to think about Aslan. There are different ways to think about to try to assess what kind of ship this guy would have given his second son, and the sort of your sort of thought about this space. And any of you can make your thought about what you would want to use to try to figure this out.
I think it would be diplomat for Terica.
Okay. Yeah.
I
And
think
would you do that with
recon for.
recon. And by
Can
the way,
I roll?
everybody can roll
Yeah.
la-di-da-di, and I will give you all different information based on what you got. You need
Trooper,
to have,
would you?
you need 8, by the way.
Trooper, would you mind if I rolled language, because that is supposed to include cultural
Yes.
equivalencies too? Okay.
Yes.
Let me
How
make
many
sure.
points in language do you have?
Several. I have. I mean, because you have to split it as soon as you put it in language. So I have Aslan or the Troca, or however you
Yep.
pronounce it,
Yep.
and the Vargar language as well. So
Absolutely, Aslan, absolutely, and carouse. Oh, that's very good. Okay.
never
That's a
mind.
4, my
Four.
friend.
Oh,
Yeah, I
no.
That's a
didn't.
4. So, I am going to give each one of you, except for the doc, who I would imagine that there are things to ponder, but this is actually about interfacing with Imperial space, right? I'm going to give each one of you all different thoughts. Well, only Rockhead if you spend a point of luck, because 7 won't do it.
Yeah, you know what? I say I took on all those rose sellers for this moment. So yes, I will spend
All right.
I will spend that 1 point of luck.
And I'm still taking.
Yes. This will never
Let's
end.
just-
There's a
Could
lot
also
to
be-
take.
They'll be finding me as we sail around.
So here's what I'm going to tell each one of you something for you to ponder. 1, Recon 8. You are coming out of this small ship area, the Harlock, and you're being accosted by everyone who is very excited about selling you everything.
Roses, huh? Roses?
Yeah,
Yeah.
roses. Chachki.
Out of here.
Little fake Aslan lion dolls, which, right?
Oh, that's really no! Get it away from me.
What you notice is this. You see that this place is a bit of a haves and have-not situation in interesting ways. Actually, if you've ever been on a cruise, it's like this, right? There's a whole front-facing space for all of the guests that is decadent. There's a lot of vomiting people over there, right? But then there are all these spaces where the people who work in the Highport, right? Or maybe who work in the Highport. They've got these other spaces, and because you're in the small area, you're not too far from their spot. And what you sort of think about is there are people who work here, like over there, who see everybody who comes in and out of here, right? So if you're wanting to find information about them, finding the people who watch people might be the way to go, right? To sort of see, somebody's going to see who's coming in, come out, seeing who's in the manifest, to note who are the movers and shakers, and those that they're probably going to be over in like that space. That is what you would get. Ari, I'm going to skip you for a moment. Cord, with your 10 for carouse, there are different kinds of, you're thinking about like places to fight, have sort of like physical hand-to-hand combat, and you have had a weird career, criminal friend of mine.
It hasn't stopped yet. It's still
It hasn't
still
stopped.
weird.
What's interesting to you is that when you've been to places like this, there are different kinds of fighters, right? There are different kinds. There are people who are slumming, who are trying to like upset their parents, or who really should not be there, who go to like the bad parts of town places, and they usually have a lot to prove and lose a lot of money, and are not nearly as good as they think they are, and it's always really lovely when they show up, because you're going to get money off of them, and they usually have locals, right? There's always usually like a sort of set of locals who are sort of in that spot, and that's a very different kind, and that's usually it's like a surfers community, like locals only, like there's like usually like a very tight spot. You would not think somebody like this would go to that place. but you also cannot see them being in the kind of places that would be where all the fancy folks go. And your general sense would be, especially sort of seeing how people, as you guys are moving through these sort of like social spaces, and you see the kinds of posters and the advertisements and the vibe, you do not get the sense that either the high class or the low class places would be great for an Aslan to be fighting in. You don't see a lot of Aslan here. You know there have to be Aslan here doing trade. You know that has to happen, but proportionally there are not a lot of them, and this feels very imperial. And it does not feel particularly welcoming to Aslan. They're gonna have to travel, well, they might not have to travel through. They could probably try to avoid this spot and go to a different route. But it doesn't feel particularly welcoming and friendly. It does not feel to you like
Right.
this is a kind of a place where Aslan would actually want to carouse.
Yeah, and
Either
Aslans
low-
don't like GDCO. True, because it's even in my notes that we learned last
Yeah.
week. So yeah, so that would
Yeah.
make sense that this wouldn't quite be a place. Okay.
Now, if they could beat some people up, that would be a great coup for them. But
Right.
and this is something that the doc could tell you. They feel very strongly that it is dishonorable to hunt and defeat someone who is not a worthy opponent. It's a thing. Like, they would never, for example, go hunting moose from a helicopter. That would not be honorable, right? And the question would be, could you get somebody a fight here that would actually be a good honorable fight for an Aslan warrior? It would probably if this person were up here, people would talk about it.
Can I offer you a scene,
gossip. Mm-hmm.
Trooper? Can I offer you, with this carouse, the potential of getting in contact with Director Lamb?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. No doubt. Now, by the way, these roles for me are representing you guys moving through this space a bit, right? Just like popping up. And that failure, I'm gonna get to Doc's failure because it's actually perfect. The failure is perfect. It actually says something important. Ari, you have a 12 there. It's very good.
I do.
I'm gonna tell you this. It's tricky. You're not an expert in Aslan culture, but if you're a second son, you're going to want to be in certain places, not other places. You're kind of going to be more like in a more expensive berth. They probably, also because you're a trader, they probably do not have a capital ship. There's no way a second son is going to have a capital ship. That would be way too big for someone who technically is not going to be inheriting anything. So they probably have a small ship, probably something around your size, about your size. It would have to be small, sleek. If they're going to go conquering lands, it's probably very similar to your ship. A different style, of course. So they would probably be in the same slip that you came in, right? That same sort of dock area that you came in is probably where they would have landed if they landed. Second children are always a bit of a problem. You're an only child, so it's fine for you. But you know people, right? Needing the respect but not actually having the money. Needing the respect but not actually getting it makes it awkward. And for you, your thought is that if somebody, protocol, if someone like a second child, a noble family that values warriorness at all, we're going to go fighting and dueling, it would have to be something big and important and honorable, and to gain capital. A fight in the Bellagio wouldn't do it because that's too pedestrian and common, right? It would have to be something. Really, what it would be would be a duel against some other noble for a slight that is wronged, right? Doing it commercially would not, or casually, would sully the importance of the honor that you would get and the face that you would get, right? So
Mhm.
it wouldn't, they would stay here, they'd have a small ship, but well, if they come to this place, this would be, they would be probably in this slip and, but, Val, no. You find nothing. You know their culture and there's nothing. There's nothing there. Nothing at all. Nothing. Nothing. You completely fail to find any thought or evidence of this person here on this Highport station. No, at all. No. None. Nothing. You don't see any Aslan language advertisements. You don't see any Aslan greeters trying to entice Aslan people in. You don't see any advertisements for Aslan planets. Nothing that you could use your language on exists in these spaces where you're at. There is no marketing to Aslan people here that you can see. There is no welcoming to Aslan people here that you can see. There is no opportunity for you as a person who speaks Troke to be welcomed here in any way. And very little is actually even multilingual. It's almost all Galangic. If you had rolled well, that might be different. Although what what the failure represents is that there is nothing here for you as a person who for whom that culture is something that you know and can interface with. You see what I'm saying to you?
Greg knows that meta-wise, at least I believe back in the day, Thebus was a very xenophobic, and I'm not sure if that's still the case. Or I know GDCO is, but I mean, I again, this is something that because of knowledge without practical application, this is something that Val would just simply say, "Oh, I failed in finding it," as opposed to there's something more going on. If I'm reading you correctly,
Well, I would
like
say
an absence of cultural reference is deliberate.
Yes, right? That's what you pick up, right? You cannot get anything out of the cultural references because they are not there, but you do get the sense that they are not there on purpose. Right? You get a sense that this is not a welcoming place. And Tarika, there may be a reason why our Aslan Lord was staying in a ship outside of the Highport area rather than docking. Because your Aslan Lord did not dock here, although they could have, but they didn't. They stayed outside of the Highport range, halfway between where you would have come in, right when you jumped in, and this place, and they held up court in the middle of space rather than come here. Now you could say it's because they don't want to lose face, or they want to be very subtle. They don't want people to know that they're trying to have their son rescued. That's the obvious answer, right? But this may not be the place for them, you know.
I mean,
this Highport.
there's also obviously some tension between him and, as much as the director wants to have an audience with him, he doesn't want to have an audience with the director. So there's something there as well. I think, though, Tarika would turn to everyone and relay the fact that, and they would just simply say, perhaps we're even thinking about this sideways. Perhaps instead of trying to find a place where fights happen, perhaps we ask if a fight has happened. Knowing their culture, it's conceivable that he sought out another noble of some kind and attempted to duel him, because that would be honorable. So perhaps we're not looking for where fights are held so much as when did one happen.
Well, it seems as if it could be good practice to question the people who work behind the scenes, as they seem to know everything.
Agreed.
I've secured a line with Director Lamb.
What?
Probably Director Lamb.
No, I heard that part.
secured a meeting with him.
That's interesting.
Of
He
course,
must be
pertaining to
very
this.
curious now. I mean,
Me or him?
him. He was unable to get any information from us,
Oh, of
and you
course,
asked
yeah,
for a single meeting, and suddenly we have one with the
Oh, of
director.
course, yeah. This is. I thought it would be best to take advantage of it.
Tarika
Might as
shoots
well.
Val a dirty look for smoking.
I assume this is like Vegas, so it's
Yes.
kind of a pre-rack, right? Okay.
Yes.
To be fair.
I will
When in
give you
Rome.
this. I need a roll before we end this in this episode.
Hmm.
If you want to talk to the people who work here, and you're very close to that slip, I want a roll with which to try to gather this information from the peoples, the regular folk.
Streetwise.
The people.
Can I help the Harlock roll a streetwise? Because I also have streetwise, and I
Tell me
could
what you
help
wanna
with
do.
the like.
I also have
Uh,
streetwise. I have a
Please, all of
4.
y'all make your stuff.
Oh, 4?
Ooh.
Yeah, if we're gonna
Ooh.
roll streetwise.
I am the talking guy.
This
Just
Harlock
do
backs
it,
into
just
a
do
bush.
a
it,
reminder.
do
But
it, do it.
You can help.
Oh,
And
yeah,
I
of
want to know
course
how
you
that
can.
happens.
Yeah, I have a 2, so I can
Roll it.
help with that. Or if
Mhm.
I have a 2,
Uh,
but
two.
it adds up to a total of 4. Like I can get to the 4.
Oh,
Yeah, I
I
have a
don't
two
have
that's-
that much.
okay, I
Roll,
shall
y'all.
help.
Roll. I want to see it.
Social
I
street.
want to see it because
11.
Or carouse
cool,
again.
Okay. Okay. You can also carouse. You can either one of those things will actually work.
Well, I have helped with streetwise in case you do that.
That's just
Plus
streetwise,
2.
Yeah.
Which I could have helped with carouse, but
It's all right.
Yeah.
You've already street wizarded.
Ooh, deception. Very nice. That very nice. Very nice. That'll be another plus 2. For a total
hey,
plus 4. Tarika, how would you like to aid in this situation? You're going to be going. By the way, I want you to imagine you're going to a spot. It's a bar, but a bit more of like a with like a bar with a kind of like a patio, right? So it's not particularly fancy, and people can sort of come in and out. The service is fast, right?
I-
People who work there.
Trooper, I'm sorry, but decks are apparently very fancy, very high. If you have a deck, like a
Oh.
Rockefeller.
Well, I mean that there are giant umbrellas with chairs and a table underneath them is really what I mean. So that you can be
Well
like,
done. Well done.
it's you know those places. It's like it's a
Bullshit.
bar that has like a window that you could either go in and sit down, or if you need to just come in, get your coffee, drinks, and then come back out. Like it has that sort of dual space where you can either be really, really fast or sort of get out. Ooh, nice. That's a plus 2 as well. So you're looking at a plus 6.
There you go.
All right.
I rolled a 15, 19 was it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
19.
Yeah.
This is going to be a
I've been
couple of
rolling
things
like
here.
crazy tonight. That's a 13. I rolled.
All 4 of you sort of come into this sort of unassuming
Rolled all
sort
10s
of
tonight.
bar that has both like a what do you call it? Like a those kind of like windows you come in, walk in like a
Like a takeout window?
yes, thank you, like a takeout window. It's got like a takeout window with like a little patio, and then you can go inside as well. And you can know this is the place because people are in overalls. They're in jumpsuits, right? And people, you see that sort of mix of people who are sitting on the inside where it's dark and not so bright, like all the bright lights are not there, and they have that kind of sad people drinking at 9 a.m. kind of look. They have like come off a super long shift with terrible customers, and they're just wanting to like sit and drink, you know what I mean? Or the people who don't have the time, they just have to like rush in, but like in between things to grab something and come back out, and it's just like this sort of crush of folks who all work for the Thebus Highport Corporation, sort of coming in and out. And this is a place where you just don't see tourists very much, right? You see sometimes slightly sketchy people, like, I don't know, maybe yourselves, sort of coming in, but it's a place where when you walk inside, it's cool and there's no music. All of that out there is just not happening. You can just
You walk into
sit
the
and-
employees only lounge.
Yes, you do.
Yeah.
That's exactly what happens.
Yeah, all right, cool.
And
So you walk into the bowels of Disney World.
And nobody stops you. A, because all of you roll really, really well, right? There's a deception in there. There's like a way in which
I own
you
the place.
all seem like you belong here enough,
Yeah.
right? They know you don't work here, but maybe you're a friend of a friend. Whatever it is, you're
Friend
not
of the
going to ask them
director.
for. Well, maybe that won't be the most impressive thing since these are the workers. But, but you don't seem like you're going to ask them to get you a mocha latte. You know what I
Right.
mean? Like, you just have this kind of,
I'm not gonna snap at.
we're not here
Oh,
to
God.
make your life difficult, and maybe we know people sort of vibe about you. And you sort of brought in, and there's a lot of like kind of like slightly kind of like small group tables where people who don't know each other are going to sit together, but it's not one of these big long German style tables, right? It's like groups of like 6 of people like just going to sit in tables together. People that you don't necessarily know. That's also partly your big role. So you're going to be able to sort of sit in a space. Nobody comes and waits on you. You've got to like order up at the front, and they come and sit back down. But you'll be able to sit with other people who are also working in this space, and they're going to sit with you. So you're going to have access to people to sort of talk to and chat. And when you're at your place, I do want to know what you're drinking, but there is a woman who's sitting at the same table that you're sitting at. And she looks like a librarian. She's got sort of black hair with streaks of gray in a bun, and strands of her hair sort of fallen out of the bun and sort of falling in front of her face. And her makeup is a little after 12 hours. And she just looks a little tired, right? And she's smoking. And she just looks a little bit tired. She's got a clipboard. And you can tell, because that was a 19, she is one of the people who actually is part of air traffic control, right? She's one of the people that brings people in and out, and gets probably yelled at a lot for how long it takes to disembark and re-embark. A lot. And she's just sort of sitting there, and she's got like a small bowl of ramen that she's eating with her like beer, and she's tired. And when she sees you, because you're there at her table, she looks at you all with just like a nod of comradeship, like, oh, okay, you're all right. And she sort of smiles at you all as she's sort of eating. What are you all drinking, by the way? She has a beer.
I'm
The
drinking what
Harlock
she's
would
drinking.
have the equivalent of just whiskey.
I'm drinking the same beer she's drinking.
Mm-hmm.
Tarek is drinking water.
Sparkling or flat?
They were about to go for sparkling, and then they realized nobody else in the room had sparkling, so they chose flat.
Mm-hmm. Val.
I was going to go with like a whiskey, something that he would normally drink. But what I think is he got one of those super huge cups from the street.
Yeah.
You know, the ones that
Yeah.
are like a boot. It's like a boot.
Yeah.
He's drinking out of like a fucking
It's like
boot,
a
right?
hurricane.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right, but
yes, it is.
but this is part of the deception, the way that he got into the bar.
Yeah.
This is, instead of having whatever kind of iced concoction would have been in there for the tourists, it is filled almost exclusively with like the vodka equivalent and the local juice, like the two
Yeah,
cheap things that people would
Yeah.
throw together to
Yeah.
drink.
Yeah.
That would be, and then that's what
The
got him
Safari
in.
Swill.
And it's
Yes!
one of the things that got you into this place, right? Because they don't usually let non-employees in, but there was something about you all that seemed like maybe you worked here, or that somehow you were supposed to be here.
Oh, we
And
need a drink.
she sort of turns to you, Severance, and she looks at you and she says, "Oh, do I know you?
No.
Have we met? Which dock do you work at?"
What are you drinking? What is that?
Me? Oh,
Is that a beer?
yes, it is. This is.
I'll have one of those if I can.
She sort of points. Hey, Mac. He wants an Ogma Red. Yeah.
Yes, if that's what that is, yes.
Are you in the Eastern Slip? I mean, I've seen, and she points to Val. I've seen you. I saw you. What? You were at that company party? Oh, it's terrible.
So many.
Are you just starting or leaving? She looks at all four of you.
Just starting.
I'm so sorry. I'm leaving.
Oh, I understand. Is there anything I should know before I will start?
Well, yes. All right. Are you East Wing? East Wing, yes? Oh, you definitely East Wing. Listen.
Yes.
There are 4 Imperial ships, sort of naval ships that have come in, not the big ones, sort of interdiction ships. They have been around. They're apparently coming in. 2 of them are coming in, and Director Lamb has said that they have to have the best treatment. There's some Captain Marymore
How
in
many
charge of
ships?
this whole. 4 of them. There are 4 of these interdiction ships. They're not the big party ships, so no one else is going to pay attention to them so much. But Director Lamb says they have to be given everything, so be aware.
I'm sorry.
That,
Who was that captain again?
Marymore, Captain Marymore.
Ah, yes, of course.
Yes. Oh. Okay. Listen,
Did
this
you
is
know
very
what that is?
important. There is a there is an Aslan ship out there in space. All right. Please, it's very important. It's that minor noble, Fatah Caillou. I'm sure you've heard of him. He is the worst. He
I
always throws
haven't,
his weight around.
actually.
Oh no. Oh, I'm so. And she pats your hand, right? Like, oh, you poor thing. He's infamous for going to various, all these border places. He goes in, takes over, like buys out an entire small hotel, and then demands everything is changed over and over and over again. And everyone here with us, we have been told by the director that this great noble is probably coming at any time to rent one of our big hotels. And we're going to have to get everybody out, but we're just waiting for the word for him to come and dock. So I will be off for the next 12 hours. So he probably will not dock during my time, but he probably will dock during yours.
Oh no. You know why he did that, right? Why he
No.
would do that? Take over these hotels and resorts and things?
Oh, well, because he's some rich noble. Ass.
Yes, but also it's a part of their culture. And I sort of look over towards Val. They believe a lot of territory control is best for their, when it comes to
Yes.
showing their power. So even
Oh.
assets, hotels, resorts, buying them out and selling them and flipping them for their own is another way of gaining their own assets. And of course, dominating.
Well, yes, well, you know how the Aslan are. They're just one step away from just invading the entire Trojan Reaches. I'm hoping, knock on wood, that maybe we could get the Imperium to come and maybe sort of just oversee the Trojan Reaches. I would feel much safer if we had that, you know?
Has there been any incidents lately that would lead you to believe them knocking, the invasion would be knocking?
Well,
At that, Val perks up and says, "Oh, no, I heard something when I was 2 shifts ago about an Aslan that's not the same one. There was something.
No. This is a big ship. You're talking
A
about the other
sing
one,
no,
yes?
yes. Oh, I can't.
Oh
Something
yeah, I
else
know.
had happened.
I know who you're talking. He did the
He was by himself.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, no. Well, was it a few days ago? Like 3 or 4?
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah,
yes.
yeah.
Could have been.
Yes.
You all have, and you all told me.
No,
Yes,
don't.
Not either.
No,
What
don't.
happened?
No, don't worry about it. We don't have to worry about that at all. I mean, we might have to worry about it if it means that there's going to be some kind of invasion or something like this. But there was a whole thing, and it was not 3 or 4 days ago. That was the last time I heard about it. It must have been 2 weeks, maybe.
That
Really?
sounds.
I
that
just
sounds
heard about it a
right.
few days ago. I don't know the time when it happened, but
No. Well, listen, it's not our jurisdiction, right? It's none of us our fault. None of us are going to get in trouble for it. We don't have to think about it, at least professionally. Uh, the ship never docked here, so we don't have
Haven't
to deal
talked
with
in
it.
yet, so we don't need
I
to
heard
help
it
with
had landed planet side. Is that correct?
Yes, that's what I've heard as well. That it completely avoided us here on the Highport, and just went down to the surface. So
Dare they?
I know that there was a lot of yelling about it upstairs, but they did not land. So none of us, and you can see just all of your vibes together is making her feel like all of you are all on the same team. You know, none
Not
of us
me.
have
I
to.
have not heard about this. I'm like, what are you all talking about?
She means she feels like all of y'all are exploited
Oh,
workers
yeah,
together.
yeah.
That's the
Okay,
vibe
yeah.
that she's got, right?
Got it.
None of
I
us.
mean,
are going to
technically we are.
That's true, actually, right?
Yeah.
And none of us will have to deal with this. If some wild sort of Aslan ship goes down on that planet surface, but they do not stop in our high port, then we cannot be in trouble for it.
I mean,
But-
true, but I've heard so many different stories about what actually happened. What's the one that you've heard?
Look, all I know is that this ship seemed to have active weapons, but they
I heard that.
totally avoided the high port. They did not come here. They were hailed, of course, but they did not even answer, did not speak with anyone. My best friend Judy was there and actually tried to contact them, heard nothing from them, no answer even. They just went straight to the planet's surface, but they didn't, as far as I know, go down to the town, the Theban town, the capital. It's funny, it's the only town on the entire planet, but also capital.
Still,
Only showing
we need a
down on the
capital.
trumpet, is it?
Listen, I think there'll be trouble. First off, my friend Judy thinks that this is just some sort of scouting ship for an entire invasion fleet of Aslan, because that is how they are, All they do, and and she points to you, Severance. You know how they are. They just want to take people's hotel rooms. They take people's planets. That's probably an entire army. Well, that's what Judy says. There's been no one's seen anything or anything besides that one ship. But it would be just like the Aslan to come and invade the entire Trojan Reaches. But for us, they're not allowed. They landed on that planet. They cannot come back and they cannot dock here. So if they show up again, they fly back up here and try to get in to this high port, it's going to be on us to say no. And I've heard all sorts of things about those Aslan, that they are violent, that they stab people at just looking at them, that I don't know if you know this, with their 3 fingers, but they've got this secret claw, and they might come to try to shake your hand, but then they'll just stab you. And I hear that they poison their claws. And it's going to be on us.
I've heard that whenever they go into bars, they like to knock people's drinks off the tables for no reason whatsoever.
I've heard
Just
that about them as well.
Knocking glasses off of tables all the time.
Listen,
With that, Harlock kind of like gives side eye to.
I've heard it's true as well.
Mm.
But I can trust you all, right?
Of course.
We've only just met,
You
of course.
sure?
Yes.
We have
All right.
very trustworthy faces.
And she puts her hand back on Severance's hand, as if like Severance is like really.
I
her best
deliberately
friend.
said no, by the way. I could trust you, and he goes, no.
And she pats your hand like she doesn't believe you, because she now believes that you're her best friend. You know what I
Hey.
mean? Like,
Oh,
I'm
that's
being honest.
who's trustworthy would do.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, right? So she is just, with your 19, has decided that you are really quite trustworthy. And probably she worked with you once. And she just like pats your hand. And there's this way in which she kind of just scoots her chair next to yours, kind of leans up against you sometimes. Like there's like a little bit of like a unnecessary physical contact that happens in this kind of pally sort of way. Sure. And she's like, well, will tell you, and I will tell you, she might be just a little drunk. Not a lot drunk.
Definitely smell the beer.
Yeah. Listen, it will be a problem when they try to come back up here because they're not allowed, but that is not what I'm worried about. Judy's worried about the entire Aslan naval fleet coming and invading the reaches. She says any day is a matter of time. I would say if it happens, it won't hit us first. They'll probably hit some other. That's not the point. I'm getting distracted. Listen. I don't know if you know this. Oh, of course you know. You're such a good dancer. But listen. It's the competition, you see. It's going to happen. Do you know? What is her name? Oh.
Judy.
No, that's my best friend. You met her. No, Countess. A Countess. Oh my goodness. She's from the Imperium. Countess Grey. Countess Grey. Yes. Countess Grey. She's already here. I know that there's going to be some sort of general who's going to come in any moment. He's supposed to be here any moment. They're supposed to be competing to see who can get the biggest Theban lion head, you know. She came early.
What's the general's name?
Jagger, I think.
Jaeger heirs.
Yes. Jaeger Ayers. That was his name. I was thinking it was Jagger. Anyway, look, it's supposed to start tomorrow. This competition to see who can do it. But she's already down there. She's already started. She's cheating. She has brought in a group of people, and Judy saw them. Some of them are professional mercenaries. And she was bragging about how she was going to get the biggest Theban lion. I think she's already set up an ambush so that she's going to go, and I don't mean to speak out of turn, but she's somewhat violent, if you know what I mean. And she's already down there. She's already cheated. She's already started her hunt, even though it officially starts tomorrow. And I think it's going to be trouble. I think there's going to be some sort of trouble between her and this Jagger Air Force.
Heirs, yes.
Heirs. And I think it's going to... Listen, I heard that they had a duel once, years ago, and that there's bad blood between them, and that they will stop at nothing. Nothing to show each other up. So, if there's an Aslan down there that's a scout for, like, Asian, I feel like it's going to go down. Oh! All right. And she leans in to Severance. And she just points at her cheek. Sully, come on. Give me a kiss.
I think he
I can't imagine everyone is just staring.
yeah,
Oh,
that's
definitely. Terrica's like,
I just want to see how long Trooper's gonna go. And I don't know if Severance would. I think he's gonna hold up my hand and just peck her cheek with my fingers.
No, if you do that, Val is absolutely going to stand up, kiss her, and sit back down while her eyes are still closed. If possible, if you could do that.
Sully, I take it all back. I say yes this time. Absolutely. We'll talk about it next week. Or tomorrow. Tomorrow? Tomorrow. No, you're on shift. That means you have got
12 hours.
30 hours on with no break.
30 hours.
So
That's
after
it.
your shift,
Yeah.
we'll talk about it.
Right.
Anyway, listen. Northeast. That's what I'm worried about. Because Judy told me that Aslan ship that did not even hail headed towards the northeast from this area. But that's also the area where the Countess Grey was headed. And listen, I don't mean to say anything, but and I would never say out of turn, but since you and I are probably getting engaged in 3 days after 30 hours, Sally, you've made me very happy. And she looks at the person who lost their luck.
4.25 days, but that's all right.
You should be our maid of honor. But, Sally.
We'd honored to.
Oh. They had more weaponry than I'm used to. And, she met with some military people, but she was not on the job. She's not in the military. Imperial. She was here a month ago. She's been here for a month. And she shouldn't have been here for a month, but she was here for a month. And I saw her meeting with an Imperial... Someone... Not a tourist, but, I mean, not from here. They said it was like a ship that was not registered. There was a ship that wasn't registered. It came in on the no official. She was meeting with their person. They had all this talking. Anyway. So, that was a month. I don't know. They seem to be going in the same place. And I just worry that there's some... Maybe they're going to protect us from the invasion. That was Aslan. Oh.
Well, this has been great. Thank you for accepting my offer. And I don't want to me this good time, but I think we should probably make our way out, everyone. Right? Let's go to work.
We have shift, of course.
Yes.
Yes. Oh. What was that? Something about... Oh, that song. That song. Sally, that song used to sing to me. Do you remember? Something White Rabbit. I don't remember now. It was something White Rabbit.
Sally, why don't you give us a rendition?
I don't remember. I don't know what you're talking about. I think it was. I don't remember.
Something about... Oh, I remember you said that one day you would take me back to the Imperium where your home is. I would never forget you. The glasses. And she gets up, and she begins to walk off, and she sort of like pats you on the cheek as she wanders, slightly staggering out. And you're left in the bar. And a waitress walks up. And Val, for a second, she looks Aslan.
No.
She's not. It's just that her hair was styled just a little bit like somebody you knew. Once. And she just smiles at you, and she just picks up the beer and heads back off. And she just kind of winks at you all.
Congratulations on your upcoming nuptials there.
I have no idea what the hell is going on. That lady's pissed drunk.
I think she met Baron.
Oh, you
And
mean
that's where we're going to end the
yeah.
episode. Right there. I think she met the Baron.
Yeah,
we'll end it
yeah.
right there.
Dun dun dun.
With one more thing, though. The Harlock.
Yes.
Your bill. You have a bill for the drinks. You're given the bill.
Of course.
Neat.
But you're given the bill by that waitress.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the one who almost looked like Aslan for a second.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't see her in the bar after that. The waitress. And your bill is blank. Just a blank piece of paper.
It would. Okay.
It doesn't round out to 0. It's just blank.
It's just blank.
Hold it up to hot light.
That's not the light it needs, our dear. That is for us tonight. Tonight.
Also, we should have talked to Judy instead of this other woman.
I think so. Where's Judy? Where's she at? Where's that old bird? Where is she
If you
these
find
days?
Judy, my friend, that's when the
Seems to
love triangle
know.
happens.
Seems to be the source of all the information.
Yeah.
That's when the love triangle happens.
Uh-oh. Severance.
Congratulations on your
more.
upcoming multiple nuptials.
Hey.
Yeah, there you go.
Yes, indeed, Hawkeye, Judy in disguise. But
Take her to the
there's,
clone zone.
Oh, yes. There's apparently some sort of clandestine imperial military activity happening on this place that is connected to
Yep.
a countess who seem to be about to cheat on your good Jaeger heirs. With
Oh,
their
no,
great
not Jaeger.
safari hunt.
Oh, who would do that?
Anyhow, I would like us all to do our outros. Say who you are, where we can find you next, and give love to someone. And tell me, which ex of the Severance do you think will show up next? Is my next question.
Right. What keeps happening?
And I'll just take notes of whatever ridiculous thing you say, just in case.
Perfect.
Yay!
Let's start with Ari. Who are you? Where can we find you? And, give some love. And then also torture.
I think
Severance.
Greg has to head out a little
Oh,
early because
Greg
he's got
first,
an
then.
urgent thing. Yeah.
Greg, go. You first.
Hi, Greg. Check 21502. My love is for absolutely everybody. I think that this is, it's just a fabulous. It was great having Fox back and being part of having our whole group at the table together. I'm going to give it to Trooper this week, simply because rolling with Fernando was fantastic, and of course. Judy, and I don't even know if we learned the actual speaker's name.
No.
We didn't. Okay, Judy's
No.
friend
Yep,
Friend of
Judy.
Judy.
Friend of
Um,
Judy.
So it was a great episode. I loved everything about it. I will like to say that canonically, Val is going to get absolutely lit over the next like 3 to 4 hour
There
window.
you go.
Just like
Yeah.
lit.
Mm-hmm. You're on your
Yeah,
way.
I'm sure it's not any kind of weird stress. By the way, can I
Can't
get a
be.
quick? Because here's the thing, I'm pretty sure that the Harlock needs to leave right now by herself to do some stuff. Would you make a clairvoyance roll for me, if you would?
Yes.
Sit here.
That would be. Hang on. Oh my god! I've lost all my. Give me 1 second.
My brother is actually watching the end of this right now on his phone, and he just sent me. He said
There we
his idea for Judy is that Judy is, how in all of the ports around, they have people that are like the trade free goods, and there's usually like
Yes.
jewelers everywhere.
Yes.
He's his thing is that Judy is a jeweler And because of the location here at the Highport, she would be Judy in the Sky with Diamonds. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
Yes, tell your
Very
brother
nice.
that he is correct.
You're telling him right now, so that's
Yes,
good.
you are correct. That is true.
And,
also
got-
Toblerone. But
Right.
the
Got a
Harlock,
13.
when you look at it with your clairvoyance, there is a message for you that can only be seen through psychic vision. You have a meeting that you need to go to, and you need to go to it alone, and none of these people should probably know about it.
Okay.
Probably just look at it and then kind of just tuck it away.
Because some people are not going to be here next week.
Oh
Rocket will not be here.
Could be anybody.
We're gonna miss
Yes.
you.
Yes, we're gonna miss Rocket
Very
next week.
Important and clandestine meeting between
Dun,
myself and all of the baby Aslans that are yelling at me right now.
All right then. So, Greg, finish your outro. I just wanted to make sure that I had been planning the setup to get the Harlock away
Yes,
from you all
thank
for
you.
next week, and I just had to finish it. Go ahead.
Gotcha. No, briefly, like I said, love for you, love for all my fellow players, love for the community. I love the community is fantastic. All the theories and one-liners. I have to say, even though he's one of my best buddies, Hawk was on fire tonight. There were some really good comments coming from
yeah.
Hawk in the
Oh
chat.
yeah.
So anywho, everybody, can't wait to see you all next week. What a great way to begin a weekend and end a week, if you know what I'm saying. That catches.
I know exactly what you're saying.
Thank you, buddy.
Thank you. And so then next is Ari. It also, Greg, you can go whenever you want because the brilliance of guest
Yeah,
stars
get out of
is-
here.
It doesn't even bother us.
We've had enough
Well,
of you.
but-
Go away. Angriest sparkle fingers ever.
Yes. Hi, I'm Ari Ventures. You can find me online on Instagram and Twitter. Well, for as long as Twitter continues to exist. And you can find me in person in Seattle performing at Unexpected Productions and other places as they happen. Let's see. I think my theory is actually one that was already said, but it was sort of glossed over very, very quickly, which is I think the next X of severances that's about
Alright.
to appear is Barrymore.
Barrymore.
Yeah, she's coming
I
into
love it.
Highport,
I love it.
so I think odds are good.
Well, I mean, they've already met. He's already met his ex or current wife out in the.
Yeah,
Right.
the legalities have been established.
There's so much question mark there. I think, anywho, I won't get into speculation because who knows what can happen, but interesting.
Yeah.
I think I would like my love today to go to Raquette. It is so good to have you back, lady. Like, so much fun to play with you every time. And I love the way that you engage with the characters that Trooper throws your way without losing the like grounding of who the Harlock is in this really like interesting. Like, I could see you having fun with playing with Fernando, right? But the Harlock was there just concretely and only became interested once the knives came out, right? And I was like, this is such a beautiful little touch. I love it so much. Yeah. Thank you. Also, I love everybody, but I'm trying to like narrow it down more.
That's fair.
I'm very bad.
So we're gonna have to then toss it over to Cord.
Hi everybody, it's me, Cord. You can follow me on everything and Mythomatic except for Twitch. It's Cord. I am a bartificer. I tell stories and I make things like this helmet and that lightsaber and that armor. You can follow me on Twitch to see when I make stuff in my cool ass forge, and subscribe to me and support your artists. But yeah, so it was super cool. I really liked today, and I don't know who is going to come next, and I don't know if I even want to say it because I'm going to have to be the one who deals with it.
You should say the most exciting thing ever.
Yeah.
I'm taking notes.
I think I don't have anything for you. I'm sorry, But I do have love, and I'm going to give my love to Ari today. As Ari, it was super great watching you and Greg. And I say this all the time. Watching you and Greg work is so awesome. Like the moment where Terica stepped in to like sort of like it was such a real dramatic moment. Like you stepped in like closer to the dock to like sort of interrupt and upstage his thought process, which was really cool. Like nothing matters. It's just me right now. Listen to me. And it was such a good moment that really resonated with. I was like, that is so powerful. Just that little move, even with a descriptor being like, she steps forward or they step forward and look into the doc's eyes and says this, and it was just such a beautiful little moment. So thank you for these small nuggets that like bring such good character growth and are great communication, not just between the characters but to the audience and for us watching. It's just super cool. So
Thank you.
Which then leads us to Rockette. So good to have you back. We're gonna miss you next week while
Thank
you
you.
meet with someone who has info.
You know, I come and I go. I'm like the wind, but I'm always there. So yeah, thank you so much for joining, everybody. If you want to see me again, I'm going to be over with Cyber Nation Uncensored on Sunday morning playing some Minecraft. Going to be mining and getting lost and probably dying a lot, but you know, that reflects my actual life. So yeah, as far as giving love, I'm gonna toss the love boat to Myth. I love the portrayal of Severance. He's so on point with so many things, and also so lost with so many other things.
Yeah.
And it's a really nice balance, though. You know,
Yeah.
It's all within the same, you know, vessel, but in a way that doesn't feel disparate.
Right.
Disparate. The one that means on other sides, but also the moment of like where the guy's like, he just it's that is so good. Like this is just, I'm gonna find a way to use this move at some point because I love it. And I am
He's not
also
looking at me. I can cheat from here.
And here you go. Boop, a little move for you.
A little check.
I will say, whenever you had him take his hands up, I thought it was going to turn into a okay, yeah, right there.
Yeah.
I like the Voop a little bit better, and also, I do have to give love to. I have to agree. I have to give love to Fernando because there's a part of me that for a minute it's like, how can we work him onto the crew?
Yes.
Bring him
Yes.
along.
He'd be a salesperson, and I would hate it. I'm trying to do the paperwork.
Well, I mean, from everything we've
talk.
experienced so far, he's a terrible salesperson. He didn't sell
Right,
us
exactly.
Like,
He's always down to like upsell. Just like, oh, maybe it's batch lump sum. No, that's not how you. That's what.
Yeah.
Did chat buy him? Did someone? Yeah.
Storm Bender.
So much.
Storm Bender.
Yes.
All right.
Nice.
All right.
Well, he'll be back.
For his passage or
The Rose
membership
guy.
on the crew. I'm just saying.
I am seeing right here.
Do we have a role on the crew?
What a
for
steward.
Calves? Best made calves.
What a steward.
Oh look!
And I do have to
right
say
here.
You do need a
right
cab
here.
engineer.
He's on the list. Right there, Fernando.
Yeah.
Right there.
Fernando.
I am so happy. I do have to say though, and because I'm the last person to give love, I'm so glad no one got to this. But I'm putting money down on the next X of Severance / Marymore. It's gonna be the Countess, 100%. It's gonna be the Countess. They're going to have had I don't know the age range on here, but they're going to have had
Time
some
is a funny thing in space.
steamy situation. What's going to happen when the Captain Marymore shows up?
In heavy detail.
And then will Captain Marymore, a la wife Marrymore have some sort of situation with, like, will she
Mary
know Mary Less? You know, will the Countess show up at the same time? Will arms be thrown? I don't know, but I'm here to find out.
Oh my. I'm terrified.
Questions about what
All,
our
all the
newest
people, all the people.
Baron was
So
up
worried.
to.
What have I done?
Everyone, apparently.
Yeah,
Well,
that's
I mean,
right.
he had.
I was up to
Yeah.
everyone, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, and
He
here's
did have
the thing.
goals, didn't he?
If I have to put money on it, I would say
I'll sleep my way to the top if I can't earn it.
I would say the next two exes show up, both the Countess and this Jaeger person. Everyone.
Oh,
Both sides
Yeah.
of
Yeah.
the
why limit ourselves?
why limit ourselves?
I am
Let's have it
Baron.
just be any- yeah, the
So
Baron
there's
does
no
what the
reason.
Baron wants.
Just saying. Just saying. I just feel like some people had a number of clones for sketchy reasons. Anyhow, I'm troopersjp, and and some people wanted to have children with noble people and then place them places for other reasons. Which, don't worry about it, Ari. I wouldn't even be worried about that for what that means for your character at all.
Yeah,
I wouldn't even- I
definitely.
just-
I'm not worried. No. I'm not panicking
No.
inside right now. That's fine. That's how I always feel.
Constant
Yep.
state.
Yep. And I wouldn't worry about why Zidani agents are contacting you right now. And here, dear Rocket, don't worry about it. You'll find out later. Anyhow, I'm going to go and read out our messages of love from the audience because we got some tips and bits and I wanted to say hey.
Hell
We got $25 from Draftier. Still no message. I think her message was, this was her message. She didn't actually write it down, but it is Fernando's Hideaway. Ole. That's what it is.
Has to be.
We got 100 bits from Stormbender who says, love to see everyone back together. Welcome home, says the Gambler. Ooh, now there are a lot of Gambler songs in my mind that I'm thinking of at this moment. So thank you. Also, we have $50 from Void Smoker who says, watching from YouTube this season to be kind to my sleep schedule, but you are all still as amazing there. Aw, thank you, Void Smoker.
Self-care.
Self-care. We just got we got a couple of 100 bits in a row, 3 of them from Stormbender who wants to tell us something. And that is 1. Fernando becomes enthralled with the Harlock. No one sees him stop and stare as they walk away before approaching the next captain. Fernando is actually a great cook. Just got a bad rep for sleeping with the waitstaff and so on, you know. Finds it very difficult to find a job here and is now trying to find another profession. And then also, Fernando might even be in the know about some of the information that the party needs. And also, Stormbender also booked passage for Fernando upon the Gambler. Just
Yay!
gonna note it.
Oh, thank you.
Stormbender's the
I-
best.
I bet Fernando is a botanist.
And then
Just
also
saying.
Will and TW.
That makes a
our
lot of
beloved
sense.
Willin. It does. Our beloved Will and TW donated 100 bits and says, thank you all for another awesome episode. So different from the last 2. Yes. And amazing. I want to thank everybody here. Everybody's wonderful. We're going to go. I want to say thank you, especially for our sponsor, Will and TW, who's also our note taker that I will be able to use to create all the things. And I want to thank all of the audience for being amazing. And we have now, next week, the Harlock will be away with her spy contacts. Friends. And our crew's going to have to deal with a safari that might have some other things.
Can't wait to brush up on the combat system.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, I don't do combat. Never mind. We're fine.
Oh, but combat might do you.
What else has the Baron done?
To be fair, I think combat has to get in line at this point.
That's actually probably also
That's
fair. Like,
right.
Yep.
combat's like,
That's right.
what? So
You know,
apparently it's
Myth
another-
last
You're gonna
game I
have to
played with
wait,
you was a lot
combat.
like this too. So
Mhm. Right. You have to work for this.
Everyone, we will catch you all next week. All of the love. I give my love you can find me on Sunday at 8 p.m. over at Practical This Before Is for The Witcher Road's Home, and then Monday at 8:30 p.m. over at Wandering DM for Montreal by Night. And I want to give my love to this amazing cast. I want to give my love to Greg for. Greg does this thing, it's a super cash thing that Greg does. Greg is like, hey, how's it going? By the way, here's a big knife you can stab me with later. And I was like, oh, thanks. I'll just take that. And then I do. And I want to give love to Ari because I find that they are such a smart, like emotionally smart RPer who just knows the right moment to step in and like open up this emotional space that I just get to sit back and have a great time with. And I want to give my love to Cord for giving you another element, right, of the Baron. The Baron is a smooth talker, can convince anyone of anything, but clearly has some intimacy issues or is awkward around some things, right? And to see the kind of interpersonal awkwardness that we've seen multiple times now, there's a through line there, which is pretty amazing for somebody who can could tell strangers anything, right? Could sell ice to Eskimos, to water to fish. All of a sudden, when people start getting intense, all of a sudden it's a big back off, right? Like, oh, maybe I don't need to talk to Terrica right now. And like, oh, what? Ooh, and that is something beautiful, and I appreciate that. And to Rocket,
This is a good start. I like it.
there are so many things I could give you love for. But I want to give you love for your timing. And I can summarize all of it in one line. I'm sitting right here. After Wesley was like, the Harlock and Thebus are kind of scared. Like, I'm sitting right here. That was like peak level brilliance. Just, and I want to give love to all four of you for letting me sit back and watch all of you do your magic for the first half of this session, and I appreciate it so very much. And to all of you out there watching, thank you so much. We're going to go, and we will catch you all on the flip side, everybody. Take care.